2025 at 00:44 hours. With regard to Part A of the question, there were 5 passengers on board, namely Mrs. Rabatomanga, Mr. Rabatomanga, Mr. Rabatomanga Rami Mialitiana, Mr. Nitse Louis Christian, and Mr. Rabatomanga Aina Fenusa. And also there were 2 crew members together. You want the name, maybe Mr. Ramanand Soa and Mr. Hasian Yabo. 2 senior officers of Customs Department of the Mauritius Revenue Authority proceeded to Jet Prime Limited at 00:45 hours and gave clearance to land for the 5 passengers and the 2 crew members. 9 pieces of luggage and 6 pieces of handbags were scanned and cleared for the passengers. 2 pieces of handbags were scanned and cleared for the crew members. All 5 passengers declared that they had in their possession a total of 10,000 euros. It is to be noted that on the 13th of October 2025, at 14:00 hours, the Customs Department of the Mauritius Revenue Authority carried out a search of the aircraft in the presence of the captain. Nothing compromising was found except for 1 suitcase-like bag, Ineos, and the captain explained that the bag belonged to Mr. Rabatomanga. The bag was secured and was not open. An appointment was scheduled on the 14th of October 2025 for examination in the presence of its owner, Mr. Maminian Rabatomanga, and the bag was opened and contained a car sunroof accessory only. It is to be noted that this suitcase-like bag was among the bags which were scanned and cleared on the 12th of October 2025, but the owner requested that it be returned on board because he would not need it during his stay in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, it is well established and common knowledge that the arrest of any person by the Financial Crimes Commission, like any other investigative authority, must be based on reasonable suspicion of commission of an offense having been committed by that person. I am given to understand that the Financial Crimes Commission sought the views of the Director of Public Prosecutions prior to the arrest. The 3 persons have been arrested in connection with their suspected involvement in the offense of money laundering. The investigation is ongoing at the level of the Financial Crimes Commission, and the latter has already and is continuing to communicate officially on its website in that respect. At the request of the Conseil National de Défense de la Transition, Mrs. Ernerva and Mr. Antem Ramparani were allowed to enter Mauritius on the 17th of October of this year to provide information and coordinate actions regarding the investigations involving Mr. Rabatomanga. I regard Part C of the question in line with the policy of my government to be transparent and accountable in public affairs. Unlike the previous government, I will be tabling a copy of the report, including the conclusions thereof. Madam Speaker, this inquiry has international ramifications, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, has already sent a request for information and has offered to help in the investigation in relation to the sale to Iran of 5 Boeing 777 aircrafts against the embargo imposed by the United States. I propose to also enlist the services not only of the FBI, but also other international foreign investigative authorities who said they are prepared to assist in the investigation.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by this. This scandal, with a lot of ramifications, stinks from day one and involves a lot of very important institutions of our country and also political nominees of the actual government. Can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House for such an important thing? Why the acting Prime Minister was not made aware of the request for lending of this private jet. Don't you feel that he should have been made aware?
I certainly agree with that. He should have been made aware.
May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister why then he was not made aware?
Well, you will see in the report. I will be tabling the report. I can table it now. Yeah. You want me to walk up and table it? Somebody come and table it. But they went through the procedure that they didn't perhaps look at the political implications. They went through procedures and they allowed the aircraft to land. Because they checked on World Check, on all these international. They don't do all the checks, unfortunately. I will be coming to the House to say that we have to other checks. But they went through all the procedures. They didn't see anything against these persons, and they allowed them to land at the airport.
Second.
In his resignation letter, Madam Speaker, the former board member of Airports Holding Limited and Jet Prime Limited stated, and I quote, that the management of Jet Prime Limited professionally attended a life-saving evacuation in Madagascar pursuant to a military coup. Should we understand that reasons given by the pilot for emergency landing were not correct and that local authorities at the airport were well aware of that situation?
I can't say whether they were well aware, but it is clear from when you look at the report that it was planned, pre-planned. First of all, they asked for a medical evacuation. Then they changed it on the same day for a tourism request to land. And then later on, they said there's no fuel in the plane, their fuel is very short, and they want to land. 3 reasons for the same plane. So obviously, lots of things. Jet Prime will have to answer later on about what was its involvement exactly, because it looks to me like it was pre-planned.
I think this is in the report, but may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, who gave the final authorization for the landing of that private jet?
The Deputy Civil Aviation Acting Director of the Civil Aviation liaised with the Passport and Immigration Office, and they checked on the World Check, on the other checks that they did. There was nothing against these passengers at the time, so they allowed to land.
Then, Honorable Prime Minister, do you mean to say that nobody from your office was informed and nobody from your office cleared that landing?
PIU falls under my office, Madam Speaker. PIU, Passport and Immigration Office, falls under the PMO.
No, I'm talking about the SecTuCab and the Secretary for Home Affairs, Madam Speaker. Were they not informed?
Yeah. The Secretary for Home Affairs was informed because of the PIU falls under her. She looks at the PIU.
So they were informed? Not
They. I said the Secretary for Home Affairs.
Now, let me come to part D of my main question, Madam Speaker, in relation to the ongoing investigation by the Financial Crimes Commission. Can the Honorable Prime Minister... Can the Honorable Prime Minister confirm whether the resignation of the former Commissioner, Mr. J.F., is related to the ongoing investigation? And if this is the case, will he inform the House whether charges will be leveled against that gentleman?
As I always said, Madam Speaker, we will leave no stone unturned. Whoever gets involved, they will have to answer for that question. He has, I saw in the paper that he has given reasons for personal reasons, but an investigation is ongoing. He will be called, I'm sure, if he hasn't been called already.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister must be aware of the very serious allegations that are being levelled against officers of the FCC, including the acting director General regarding an eventual traffic d'influence. Will he give assurance that if there is any inquiry against officers of the FCC, it will not be for the FCC to carry out that inquiry, and if this is the case, that necessary decisions will be taken to ensure the proper functioning of the FCC?
We're not living in the era of the MSM, Madam Speaker. If that you were in power now, I can tell you, for sure I can tell you, this gentleman would have been allowed to leave Mauritius quietly, nothing would have happened, but money would have worked under the table. This is not the case here. This is not the case here. Nobody will be spared. Nobody will be spared. And besides, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. What is happening now? People are being arrested, are being questioned. Nobody is being spared.
Madam Speaker, political nominees or nominees of the actual government is coming to the past. Now, Madam Speaker, there are also allegations of a meeting which took place at Quatre Bornes in the presence of Mr. JF and some other persons. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether he is aware of that meeting, and can he confirm whether Mr. Etchen, the chairperson of the Central Electricity Board, was also present in that meeting? Je suis tenté, Madame la Présidente, de me référer, donnez-moi l'occasion, à une phrase du film Cholet qui dit qui t'est admis. Combien de personnes il y avait à cette réunion?
I could also say, do you know, I'm told from the press, people in the press, that the people very, very close to the top hierarchy of the MSF also have been contacted. But you don't seem to know this. You don't seem to know this. As I say again, I cannot know. I'm not investigating. I'm not the investigator. Let the FCC do the investigation as they're doing, properly questioning everyone. And they will be questioning everyone.
Yes.
If he's aware,
Question.
may I ask him whether he's aware that during that meeting there was a telephone conversation with a member of his government?
How would I be able to know whether there was a telephone or not telephone? Let the inquiry find out. Huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, we know that Madagascar has been suspended by the African Union. Is the Honourable Prime Minister aware that the Deputy Prime Minister told a media that the government has, and I quote, de très bonnes relations avec le nouveau président et avec le nouveau régime? Are we made to understand that the government is accepting the new president of Madagascar?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has no experience in diplomatic matters, clearly. He has no experience. There has been a takeover. It's not quite a military coup as people are saying. There was a revolt in Madagascar. It's different from it as if the military came and did a coup. It's different. But they have taken over. The president has, the former president has left the country. What we want to ensure is that Madagascar comes back to proper civil governments with an election. That is what we are trying to do.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister state to the House the stand of Mauritius, the stand Mauritius has taken at the SADC in relation to the situation in Madagascar?
The position taken by SADC, I know some people, you want to listen, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, some people, SADC went there, but we're not aware of what has ensued after that.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether himself or the Deputy Prime Minister during his actingship were in communication with the former President of Madagascar when he left Madagascar?
Neither of us have, obviously.
May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, the pilot provided multiple reasons to justify lending, and the first of which was for medical reasons. Can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House if the Ministry of Health was informed immediately and if a team was sent to the airport?
No, I think, Honorable Leader, let me remind you, first of all, they said it was for medical evacuation. Secondly, then it came to tourism. Thirdly, it came to lack of fuel in the airplane. So 3 reasons on the same day, within hours. So that gentleman is now in a clinic. I have said that it's too easy for somebody just to go in the clinic and say, I've got a cardiac problem. We will be sending officers, public officers from the Ministry of Health to check whether it's true or not. We have to check.
Madam Speaker, a cabinet decision, that is the decision of the 17th of October, mentioned that the acting director of the civil aviation referred the matter to the police. Can we know on what date was the statement taken?
We'll see all in the report that I've just circulated, various étapes de ce qui a été, ce qui s'est passé.
Then you'll be able to put a proper question next time if you read the report. No, but you can.
This is my time. I have the right to put questions, Madam Speaker. You should not tell me to come later.
No, I say you can. I'm not telling you. I'm only saying that if need be, you will be able to do that.
Yeah,
But you can still carry on. You can still carry on.
Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House, given the circumstances in which the private jet landed, why was the pilot authorized to take off shortly afterwards?
Well, I mean, there were 2 pilots. Huh? Suppose you're referring to the captain of the aircraft. Again, while the checks were done, nothing was found against him. He was allowed to leave. But as I say, we will incorporate a new system where all this, lots of countries are doing it. In Africa, in Europe, in Australia, in New Zealand, lots of countries are doing it. In Asia as well. So we will have to do the same system, I believe.
Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister to confirm to the House whether the private jet was refueled upon landing?
This investigation will look into all this. He said, the captain said there was no fuel in the jet and they were allowed to go. So I suppose they were not refueled straight away because they were allowed to land.
I don't know whether the Prime Minister has this information. Can he also provide to the House information with regard to the type of passports in possession of the passengers?
You mean whether they were diplomatic passports? I believe not. But I can't say. The investigation will be able to look at all this.
Now, the acting Prime Minister claimed in a press conference that he was not made aware of this incident, whilst the executive chairperson of Airport Holdings stated that the acting Prime Minister was kept aware at all times. Which is which?
Well, he's lying. The Deputy Prime Minister was not made aware. I can say that.
He's lying, you say?
The other guy is lying.
It's very serious, Madam Speaker, if he's lying. Now,
He said the Deputy Prime Minister is lying. I said the other guy is saying that the Deputy Prime Minister
Was made aware. He was not made aware. That's what I'm saying.
He understood.
Now, the acting Prime Minister has also expressed dissatisfaction that 2 flights to Madagascar during that period were cancelled. To which the former chairperson of Air Mauritius replied that it was for security reasons. Can I ask the Honorable Prime Minister whether this has also been cleared?
I don't quite follow the question. The question is about this plane, which now you're asking about other planes.
That statement was made by the acting Prime Minister.
Even if it was made by the acting Prime Minister, the question is about this plane.
He promised the nation that everything will be cleared.
Well, I can tell you everything will be cleared.
Your friend? Yeah, your friend. Yes. So do you have...
Thank you. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Prime Minister in relation to Part B of the question, with regards to the alleged offences of money laundering, will the Prime Minister reveal the names of the management companies, the banks and the real estate promoters who have helped, allegedly, this person to stash so much money in Mauritius, contrary to FATF rules? And it looks like, again, there has been loopholes that has been found by those persons. Will he now, it doesn't matter whose regime it was, what matters is what you will do about it. Will he now seriously investigate, cause a serious investigation, who may, regardless of who might be involved, to ensure that we protect the financial services sector and that we ensure integrity of the Mauritian economy?
I remember very well your own father was Minister of Finance around the time all this was happening, including the MSM government, but we will ensure. That is what I said, no stone will be left unturned.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, may I ask again the names? We are interested to know who are the banks, who are the management companies, who are the real estate promoters that have allegedly aided and abetted. This is what we are interested in.
Well, member must learn to be careful. It is not for me to name names. An investigation is ongoing. So if you name names, you know what's going to happen? This is precisely what they want. They will take the money out of the bank.
Yeah, okay. We're done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Motion? No. Not yet. I'm sorry. Got a bit carried away, yeah? Questions? Question?
99.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, as I stated during my press conference on the 20th of September 2025, following my state visit to India, I was invited by Sri Narendra Modi to visit India. In fact, on the very day the results were coming out in number 5, he rang me, I left the place, I came to my residence because there was too much noise, and he invited me to come to India. And I explained, unfortunately, because the results of the elections were not yet proclaimed, and obviously would need to look at urgent matters. We were sure there were going to be urgent matters as Prime Minister, so I could not undertake the visit right away, but I will undertake the visit at some point. With regard to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that I led a high-level delegation to India from the 9th to the 16th of September 2025. The delegation comprised of 5 ministers, 1 junior minister, 1 member of parliament, senior government officials, heads of key public institutions, and some 50 representatives of the private sector. Regards to Part A2 of the question, I feel it is ironical that the honourable member, who himself undertook three missions during the short stint he was Speaker, 78 days to be exact, appointed under very dubious circumstances, is more interested in expenses incurred for the mission, such an important mission, instead of focusing on the outcome of the visit. In fact, during the 78 days of his speakership, the honourable member travelled for more than 13 days. No, you have to repeat it, to 3 different countries. Except for him, except for you, except for him, nobody is aware of the benefits that the country derived from the nearly 800,000 rupees spent on these missions. Madam Speaker, the total cost incurred in respect of the Prime Minister's office during my state visit to India and the official delegation is around 3.8 million rupees, representing basically airfares, allowances, and so on. I must point out, Madam Speaker, that the quantum of the allowances is based on the same rate applicable since 2017. It hasn't been changed. I wish to inform the House that my state visit resulted in a special economic package to the tune of $680 million US, which is approximately 31 billion rupees. This is what we vote back. The financial assistance would meet the needs and priorities in Mauritius in several areas. India has also agreed to give us a grant of $25 million US as budgetary support for this financial year. $25 million. With regard to Part B of the question, I consider it, frankly, a lack of respect towards the Prime Minister of India and his government for the Honourable Member to request a detailed copy of the programme of the visit. It is India who decides where I should go, who I should meet, not me who say, I want to do this, I want to do that. Madam Speaker, let me highlight the salient features. You should know all this. The salient features of the state visit. First, the visit started with India-Mauritius and India-Mauritius Business Conclave, held on the 10th of September 2025 in Mumbai, which was jointly organized by the Economic Development Board and the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The business meeting brought together some 200 Indian and 55 Mauritian private sector players. It allowed Mauritian businessmen to network with the Indian counterparts for potential collaboration, in various sectors of interest, including financial services, information and communication, technology, medical services, and manufacturing. This meeting resulted in the identification of several important foreign direct investment potentials. Some high-level investors have already traveled to Mauritius and will soon be embarking on high-value projects. The Lilavati Foundation, which came to Mauritius soon after my visit, they met me there. They will embark on the construction of a 200-bed multi-speciality hospital. It will be a state-of-the-art hospital which will include a separate pediatric and gynecological wards. This will help Mauritius. Instead of our patients having to travel to India to get top medical care, this will be here in Mauritius. They won't have to pay for whatever rooms they will have to rent. They will not have to pay very expensive to go even the traveling. So this will help. The Economic Development Board also partners with Invest UP to organize an India-Mauritius business meeting in Varanasi. The event attracted some 50 private sector operators from Uttar Pradesh, and discussions centered on fostering joint collaboration and facilitating two-way investment between Uttar Pradesh and Mauritius. The official part of my visit started in Varanasi, making it the first time that a head of government was received in Varanasi. This is a religious and cultural heartbeat of India, and also it happens to be the parliamentary constituency of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As a prelude to my meeting with the Prime Minister of India, I had a working session with the Foreign Secretary of India, Mr. Vikram Misri. Our discussions focused on the launch of various new projects and on addressing implementation of existing agreements, including the double taxation avoidance agreement. On the 10th of September 2025, I had a one-to-one meeting with the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, in Varanasi. The one-to-one meeting with Sri Narendra Modi was followed by a working session. We discussed key issues of mutual importance, including regional security and our shared commitment to an enhanced strategic partnership. Furthermore, I had in-depth discussions related to the double taxation avoidance agreement, highlighting how the protocol signed by the previous government in May 2016 is undermining our financial services sector to the advantage of other countries like Singapore, like Netherlands, and all these. We agreed to pursue further consultations to ensure a mutually beneficial outcome and alignment on key issues before we sign the new protocol. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister of India responded positively to my request to facilitate the upcoming travel of the Mauritian delegation, which I will lead together with the Deputy Prime Minister to the Chagos Archipelago. Madam Speaker, following my restricted meeting with the Prime Minister of India, there was a high-level delegation meeting during which 7 memoranda of understanding and agreements were exchanged, and 3 others were announced in numerous fields, such as space research, marine science, power, renewable energies, education, and technological sectors. Besides the high-level strategic meeting with the Prime Minister of India, I also had meetings with the President of India, the Vice President of India, the Minister of Health and Family Welfare, as well as the Leader of the Opposition. These meetings served as an enabling platform for the Mauritian side to discuss issues of mutual interest and seek the support of the Indian authorities on a wide range of issues such as security, economic and technical cooperation, as well as capacity building. Madam Speaker, my state visit fused with civilization, symbolism and strategic purpose, if I may put it that way. It was an opportunity to project a story of enduring civilization bonds. Since our independence, India's role has been instrumental as an unflinching partner in our development. My visit has confirmed the privileged relations between our 2 countries. It is a matter of great pride for our country to have become the strategic partner of a country like India, which is projected to be, by 2027, the 3rd economic power of the world. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the Government of India and to Sri Narendra Modi for the continued support to the development of Mauritius.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister may not be aware, but I was invited by the Speaker of Parliament in India. I had met the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Vice President who he met. And we had technical support for the live translation of Creole and French in Parliament. 5 or 6 staff from the Mauritian National Assembly have been trained free of charge in India, all paid for by India. Madam Speaker, I note that the Prime Minister...
One moment. Now that you've said that, I can understand.
Yes.
Will you please put your supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has replied for the Prime Minister's office. We know that there have been persons from state-owned enterprises who have accompanied. May we know, and the ministers, etc., may we know the total cost, as per the question, incurred by the government of Mauritius, including by state-owned companies, on the payment of airfare, accommodation, per diem, etc., etc. He has answered for the PMO.
I've answered for the government side, but for the private sector, they paid everything themselves.
No, he was saying you just answered for PMO. You answered for the whole, yes. Okay, now, before you put your second question, members, I've forgotten to tell you that the table has been advised that PQB 952 will be replied by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, time permitting. PQB 911 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Housing and Lands. PQB 913 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation. By the way, and there's a PQ that has been withdrawn, I'll tell you in a minute. I just want to tell you I don't have a very good voice today. Please forgive me.
Yes.
Your second question.
B900.
Speaker, as I stated in my reply to the private notice question of the Leader of the Opposition on the 7th of October 2025, an amount of 5.5 billion rupees is payable to Dr. Ramastanen following his resignation as Governor of the Bank of Mauritius. I wish to highlight that this is not a compensation, as is being alleged in some quarters, but actually dues payable to him. I am informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the sum of 5.5 million rupees includes refund of unutilized annual and sick leaves, encashment of accrued passage benefits, and payment of pro-rated end-of-the-year bonus and 3-month emolument in lieu of notice. Regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that during his tenure of office, Dr. Sithanan has drawn a total remuneration of 9 million rupees as per his contract of appointment. Concerning Part B of the question, I'm informed that Dr. Sithanan spent 35 days abroad on official missions.
Yes.
Yes. First question, Madam Speaker. How can someone who has resigned be paid compensation payment in lieu of notice?
This is according to the law, Madam Speaker. The Bank, Section 18 of the Bank of Mauritius provides for a governor to either give a 3-month notice in case he intends to resign. He didn't manage to give the 3-month notice, but I asked him to resign. But in fact, in reality, he was given a 3-month notice. This is why it went like this.
It doesn't make any sense. Contractual law.
We're not in a court of law.
Yes. May I ask the Prime Minister, without passing any judgment on Mr. Ramasitanen, in view of the serious allegations that have surfaced whilst he was governor and since he has resigned, why is it that whilst the investigation is ongoing, decision has been taken to pay Mr. Sithanan, who, if it turns out, has committed breaches of contract, may not be entitled to any compensation whatsoever under contractual law?
And I may ask the honourable member if the investigation takes 5 years. So he waits for 5 years? Tell me. You tell me. You tell me.
This is what happens.
In that case, I ask him, who do you think will want to take important positions in Mauritius if that is the way you're going to treat people? Think again.
Okay, next question. Honorable Kiran, yes.
901.
Madam Speaker, the National Agency for Drug Control Act was proclaimed on the 15th of May, 2025. The NADEC is a statutory body entrusted to coordinate the national drug response through prevention, enforcement, treatment, rehabilitation, and harm reduction. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that for the financial year 2025-2026, an amount of 70 million rupees has been allocated to the NADC. In regards to Part B of the question, I'm informed A, that the Chief Executive Officer was appointed on the 12th of June 2025, and he currently draws a monthly package of 169,350 rupees, including basic salary, salary compensation, traveling allowance, and telephone allowance, in addition to contractual entitlements such as car benefits, passage benefits, and gratuity. And B, the chairperson was appointed on the 16th of June 2025, and he receives a monthly allowance of 40,000 rupees. In regards to Part C of the question, Madam Speaker, I'm informed that at the date, a total of 2,246,751 rupees and 05 cents have been disbursed. I'm tabling the information requested by the honourable member. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the NADC is being a newly created agency, is still in the process of transitioning into a fully established organization. With a view to assisting the NADC administratively, 10 officers of my office are providing support to the CEO in the field of administration, finance, human resource procurement, and accommodation. Meanwhile, to empower the agency to fulfill its mandate optimally, a recruitment exercise for 7 core posts, such as the administrative manager and coordinators, is ongoing. The posts were advertised on the 3rd of October 2025 with a closing date of the 23rd of October 2025. A total of 144 applications for all the posts has been received. Interviews will be conducted from the 3rd to the 7th of November 2025. In addition, the NADC has already identified premises to set up its office, and procedures for finalizing the lease agreements are underway. Madam Speaker, I must point out that my office has received a number of representations from NGOs as well as from independent persons regarding the performance of the NADC and the lack of coordination of efforts sur le terrain. In fact, as I said, it's a new agency. It must start doing, it takes time to do all this, but in fact, government is not, I can't say we are totally satisfied with the way the agency has been operating, and we are intent to take remedial actions and to improve its effectiveness in the days to come.
Yes, Mr. Khan?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable Premier ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre, suite aux doutes exprimés par plusieurs travailleurs sociaux, des ONG et même par le junior ministre, l'honorable Koran Parapen, concernant les compétences et la capacité du président Samleton à s'adapter aux réalités actuelles, s'il compte le remplacer à la tête de cette agence, comme cela a été fait récemment au sein d'autres institutions.
Mr. Prime Minister?
So this is a sensitive post. I can tell the honourable member it's very difficult to find people who are actually ready to do that job.
Non, non.
Il y en a?
Non, non.
Mais quand on prend contact avec eux, ils s'en vont. C'est trop dangereux. Maybe you will be prepared to do it? No, but maybe you would want to do it. It's not easy. Give us names. If you have names, give us names. We will consider it.
Okay. Your next question, please. You have more supplementary?
Next question.
Yes?
902, please.
Oh.
Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the honourable member to the reply I made to PQB 816 on the 7th of October 2025. As I had indicated then, government is currently working on the setting up of a constitutional review commission tasked to come up with the recommendations on several constitutional, electoral and governance reforms which will include, among others, the revision of our electoral system to better reflect the will of the people, to also look at the way elections have been run especially by the MSM, and also revitalize our democratic principles. The question of bringing legislative amendments to allow Mauritian nationals living abroad to vote, I'm all for it, but it's a wide-ranging implications. This will be examined by the Constitutional Review Commission that will be set up shortly.
Madame la Présidente, le Premier ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si son bureau, à l'heure actuelle, dispose de données sur le nombre de Mauriciens vivant à l'étranger qui pourraient être éligibles à voter?
As I said, the wide implications, we are looking at it, but in some countries it's going to be very difficult, I must say, straight away. Already we know this. In some countries it would be very, very difficult to organize. In other countries, not so. So we're looking at all this.
He wanted to know if you have figures,
No.
which I doubt. You don't.
Some figures,
Does
we
it?
have some figures.
Dans ce cas-là, êtes-vous disposé, Monsieur le Premier ministre, à procéder à un recensement?
No, I should have replied to this. No, we are looking at the figures. In some countries, it's even difficult to get the figures. This is why we don't have the total number.
Some people have double nationality, that's why it's complicated to actually find out. But very interesting issue, very interesting. Anyway, next question from Mr. Lubin.
B903, please.
With regard to Part A of the question, Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from January 2025 to the 23rd of October 2025, 974 suspects have been arrested in connection with synthetic drugs as follows. 446 adults for consumption. Of these, 232 were provisionally charged, 119 opted for rehabilitation through the Drugs Users Administrative Panel under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and 95 had no provisional charge lodged. 22 adults for drug trafficking, all were provisionally charged. 497 adults for drug dealing, and all were provisionally charged, and 9 minors for drug dealing, and none were provisionally charged. Madam Speaker, as regards to Part A2 of the question, I'm tabling the quantities of synthetic drugs seized. Regarding Part B of the question, I'm informed that the police has strengthened enforcement, cooperation, and preventive actions to combat drugs, including synthetic drugs. Measures include enhanced intelligence gathering, and profiling of suspects, drug mapping to detect hotspots, aggressive crackdowns in drug-prone areas with the support of specialized units, use of drones for surveillance and detection of illicit plantations, reinforcement of ATSU resources, and daily patrols in high-risk areas. Moreover, with a view to disrupting drug and other criminal networks, ATSU is collaborating closely with other law enforcement and regulatory bodies, including the MRA, Customs, Anti-Narcotics Section, the Financial Crimes Commission, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the Financial Intelligence Unit. ATSU has strengthened regional partnership with Reunion Island, India, Seychelles, Mozambique, Madagascar, Kenya, South Africa, and Tanzania through intelligence gathering, sharing of the intelligence, tracking of suspects, control deliveries, and exchange of best practices, which have helped curb the movement of synthetic drugs through maritime and air routes. At the international level, ATSU collaborates with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, the UK National Crime Agency, Interpol, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for intelligence sharing, capacity building, cross-border investigations, and financial tracing, thereby strengthening national efforts to combat transnational drug trafficking networks. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed by the Chief Executive Officer of the National Agency for Drug Control that in line with its mandate to support evidence-based policy decisions, the fourth meeting of the Drug Control Board considered the current national and international policy approaches on the regulation of cannabis. The discussion examined three technical models, namely decriminalization, whereby use, possession remains illegal, but sanctions shift from criminal penalties to administrative penalties with no criminal record for the offender. Depenalization, whereby cannabis use and possession remains a criminal offense with reduced criminal sanctions. And three, regulated legalization, whereby use or possession becomes legal under appropriate regulations. Following deliberations, the board agreed unanimously that a deeper context-specific technical assessment is necessary for Mauritius. To this end, a technical committee will be set up to conduct a comprehensive review and submit a report covering inter alia the projected economic impact of each model, the resource implications for the scaling up of prevention, treatment, and harm reduction services that must accompany any such reforms, and the recommended policy option for consideration by NADEC based on technical feasibility, public health outcomes, and social equity parameters. The specific legal drafting required for the implementation of the selected model under the Mauritian legal framework. The technical committee will be chaired by the CEO of the agency and will comprise experts in public health, the criminal justice system, fiscal policy, neuroscience, addiction medicine, harm reduction, as well as representatives of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The board expects to receive the findings of the committee within the next quarter to guide the next phase of the action. The issue, Madam Speaker, remains complex and requires careful and thorough examination from all relevant perspectives. We are treating very cautiously to ensure that any decision taken is evidence-based and will under no circumstances impact negatively on our public health, our youth, and our national values.
Yes, Mr. Third Member for Port Louis North and Mont Island, Mr. Kazen.
B904, please.
Madam Speaker, the Commission on the Prerogative of Mercy is established in accordance with Section 75(2) of the Constitution and consists of a chairperson and not less than two other members appointed by the President acting in his own deliberate judgment. The President of the Republic has accordingly appointed Mr. Hamad, GCSK, as chairperson, he is a former judge, the chairperson of the Commission on the Prerogative of Mercy with effect from the 10th of October 2025 for a term of office of 2 years. The other members of the Commission are Mrs. Sita Rambu, Ms. Subhashni Bachchan, and Mr. Vasit Rao Lechomaya. They have also been appointed for a term of office of 2 years with effect from the 10th of October.
Thank you. Yes?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Maybe Not for now. If the Honorable Prime Minister can table the number of pending cases before that commission in future sittings, please. Pending cases.
Yes, they will be looking at all the cases before them.
He wants you to table, but it doesn't arise from your question. You can ask, still ask on a friendly basis, but it doesn't arise from the question. Next question, Mr. Etuaria.
B905, please. Thanks.
Madam Speaker, it is clear that the policy of the previous government was to recruit at any cost in order to win the elections and recruitment at the Development Bank of Mauritius Limited. It is such a blatant case, Madam Speaker, such a blatant case. The DBM has recruited 102 additional staff between September 2023 to November 2024. This represents an increase of almost 45%, bringing the overall staffing to 333. Let me stress, Madam Speaker, that this practice cut across several public institutions, not just this one, leading to inefficiencies, disruption of the proper functioning, and frustration of those who are already there. You suddenly see a horde of people coming up, going on top of the head, getting better paid, and no results. This is what the MSM did with this country. With respect to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the DBM Limited that the former Chief Executive Officer undertook 28 official missions from 2015 to 2024 at a total cost of 1,464,211 rupees. This included air tickets, per diem, and so on, accommodation, transport. One, Mr. Bodwa Singh Joku, Acting Managing Director from 14th of August 2015 to the 3rd of April 2018, undertook 1 SADC mission and 5 missions to Rodrigues. Total amount paid was 453,992, of which per diem was 422,971, and the cost of their ticket was 31,021 rupees. Late Mr. Lobin Anmol, Managing Director from the 4th of April 2018 to the 31st of March 2020, undertook 4 SADC missions and 8 missions to Rodrigues. The total amount paid was 539,273, of which per diem was 356,013, and the cost of air tickets was 183,260. Third, Mr. Jaiwant Pandu, Managing Director, Chief Executive from the 1st of April 2020 to December 2024, undertook 1 SADC mission and 9 missions to Rodrigues, and the total amount paid was 470,946, of which per diem paid was 361,740, and the cost of air ticket 109,206.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Time is up. Time is up. I'm sorry. Now I've got a few questions that have been withdrawn. B908, 906, 907, 914, 912, 952. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we go to questions addressed to honourable ministers. Honourable Third Member for Rivière des Anguilles. Ms. Daouiarou.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B917.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the mental condition of pregnant women is investigated once patient has mental health issues or shows obvious signs of distress and that demand immediate attention. I am informed that over the past 3 years, a total of 117 mothers has been reported to be experiencing severe perinatal mental health issues. With regard to Part B of the question, my ministry recognizes the impact of perinatal mental health issues on both mother and child. To support these mothers, various measures are already in place. Mothers suffering from perinatal mental health issues are catered by a multidisciplinary team comprising obstetricians and gynecologists, psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, medical social workers, and community psychiatric nurses. The multidisciplinary team provides assessment, treatment, and ongoing monitoring during pregnancy and post-delivery. During pregnancy, the maternal treatment is concurrently done by both the obstetrician and psychiatrist. In case there is further management, the mothers are referred to psychiatrists and psychologists for counseling, and these health professionals address the initial phase of anxiety and mental health concern during and after their pregnancy as part of their follow-up. Mothers with severe symptoms are admitted in ward for stabilization and treatment. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that in case of mothers suffering from severe perinatal mental issues, the newborn babies are kept in the nursery for care and feeding under the supervision of trained nurses in neonatal intensive care unit. The mothers are also encouraged to come to the nursery to breastfeed them. An extraction of mother's milk is carried out for mothers who are unable to breastfeed their babies due to their health conditions. Furthermore, once the mothers are discharged from the hospital, the medical social services assign a trained caregiver to carry out home visits so as to assist the mother and other family members in the upbringing of a baby at home. The medical social worker may also liaise with the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare on a case-to-case basis. In addition, the newborn baby is followed by a pediatrician to ensure optimal care and safety of the baby, and community nurses specialized in psychiatrics also pay visits to the mothers. Madam Speaker, as a caring government, my ministry remains committed to strengthening perinatal mental health services through early intervention, integrated support, and continuous monitoring to ensure the wellness of both the mothers and the babies.
Yes, are you right? Yes. Dr. Umia, please.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. It is very well known that postpartum period represents a very difficult time for mothers who have delivered, and sometimes the services provided at the hospital are not in line with what is expected to support them. May I request the Honourable Minister to consider having a walk-in service well after they are discharged from hospital, particularly that we have quite a percentage of women who do suffer from mental problems well after having delivered. Thank you.
I take note of his request, but I would like to remind the honourable member of the limited number of our gynecologists and as well as other specialists in our medical field. But in the months to come, probably we are going to recruit additional specialists for that purpose.
I'm sorry, but postpartum would not be gynecologists, would be?
Both gynecologists
Both and
psychiatrists.
Okay, I thought it was more there. Okay, thank you. I just have to remind everyone that we have questions which have been withdrawn. 918, the next one has been withdrawn. Then PQ 934 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. So now I go to Ms. Antil. Honourable Antil.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B 919.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that as per records available at my ministry, following the flooding which occurred in the region of Saint-Jean Cemetery, whereby, amongst others, several tombs were damaged, a meeting was held on 13 November 2023 under the chair of Monseigneur Duron at l'Évêché de Port-Louis in the presence of the then Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, the then Mayor of Municipal Council of Catabon, the representatives of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the National Development Unit and the Land Drainage Authority, during which several decisions were agreed to, and including a committee chaired by the then Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, and comprising all concerned stakeholders, would meet initially on a weekly basis at the seat of the l'Évêché to monitor the progress of the works. During subsequent weekly meetings chaired by the then Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, the parish of Saint-Jean requested for an assessment of damages caused to the tombs and the rehabilitation and repairs of the tombs in the cemetery to be undertaken. Unfortunately, nothing was done and was left unattended by the previous government, despite several appeals made by the parish of Saint-Jean. Furthermore, in his reply to a PNQ on 14 November 2023, the then Minister of National Infrastructure and Community Development informed that the cleaning of the tombs and cemetery would be undertaken by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change and Movie Facilities Limited, but still nothing was done. Madam Speaker, in view of the high emotional and cultural significance relating to the loss of loved ones and considering the humanitarian dimension of the problem, I chaired a meeting at my ministry on 16 October 2025 with Dr. Honorable Boulel, Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Honorable Veda Balamoudi, Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Anctil, the Government Chief Whip, the Parish of Saint-Jean, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, the Municipal Council of Catrabon, and the National Development Unit to see the way forward to address the issues with regard to the tombs which were damaged during the floods. Madam Speaker, during our discussions at the meeting, the representatives from the parish of Saint-Jean informed that a total of 512 tombs were damaged, of which 71 tombs were critically impacted, 141 tombs partially damaged, and 300 tombs with minor damages or with missing ornaments. The parish further informed that last year, a rehabilitation and repairs plan was prepared following a survey carried out by its quantity surveyor, architects and engineers for the repairs of the 512 tombs and the reinforcement of 3 walls around the perimeter of Saint-Jean Church. The plan with detailed costs was submitted to the previous government, but again, unfortunately, no positive response was given to the parish despite successive reminders. Madam Speaker, we are not heartless as the previous government. I'm pleased to announce that this government has approved the funding for the repairs of the damaged tombs as well as the reinforcement of the 3 walls around the perimeter of the church. Madam Speaker, the works will be undertaken by the parish of Saint-Jean, being given that each tomb has its own specificity. The parish has also confirmed the duration of the works to be 6 to 8 months. Madam Speaker, I'm again meeting the representatives of the parish of Saint-Jean this Thursday, 30 October 2025 at 11:30, together with my 3 colleagues of the constituency number 18, to pursue our dialogue. Madam Speaker, I'm also glad that before the All Saints' Day 2025, the government has agreed to do needful to enable the rehabilitation and repairs of the tombs.
Madame la Présidente, je suis profondément émue par la réponse du ministre. À 4 jours de la Toussaint, ce gouvernement rétablit dignité et respect aux défunts touchés par les inondations de 2023-2024. Le ministre pourrait-il indiquer à la Chambre si son ministère envisage d'accélérer les procédures afin que ces 300 familles puissent, dans les meilleurs délais, se recueillir dignement sur les tombes de leurs proches. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur le ministre.
Madam Speaker, as I've said, this government is a government which has a heart. You know, government has approved only Friday last to do good, to go for the funding of the repairs and rehabilitation of the tombs. Now, together with the MPs of the constituency, we are going to make sure that the necessary funds be made available to the parish, and it is up to the parish to do the works.
C'est dans quelques jours. Hein? C'est dans quelques jours. Next question. The second member for Savan.
Madam Speaker, please. B920.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Chemin-Grenier Road, B10, is a classified road linking several villages, namely Suriname, Riambel, Chemin-Grenier, and Rivière-des-Galets. The Central Water Authority had requested relief from the Road Development Authority in July 2024 for the renewal of its pipeline along the main road at Chemin-Grenier from the Farmers Service Centre, Cancharieux, to Jumbo Road over a total length of about 3.28 kilometers. The RDA had accordingly issued a letter of intent, and subsequently relief was granted in August 2024, subject to several conditions. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed by the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities that the CWA undertook pipe-laying works through its in-house team as part of its ongoing pipe replacement program. The works involved the laying of 160 millimeter diameter high-density polyethylene pipes on both sides of the main road, one section extending from the taxi stand to Winners and the other from the taxi stand to the Farmers Service Centre, covering a total length of approximately 1.2 kilometers. The work started on 21st August 2024 and were completed in October 2024. Temporary reinstatement of the road surface was carried out concurrently with the pipe laying works by Pro-Built Contractor Limited. However, due to deterioration of temporary reinstatement at certain locations, Pride Civil Engineering Contractor Limited was engaged by CWA on two separate occasions, namely during the end of year festive period in 2024 and prior to the Mahashivratri festival in 2025, to undertake remedial reinstatement works and ensure accessibility and safety for both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. I wish to highlight that following several road inspections, the RDA observed that the temporary reinstatement works were in an unacceptable condition with surface settlements and exposed crusher run posing safety risks to road users. Consequently, the RDA issued several notices to CWA requesting the latter to immediately reinstate all trenches with asphaltic concrete in line with the conditions of relief. Madam Speaker, as regards Part B of the question, had the CWA failed to comply with the conditions of relief, the RDA initiated procedures for the forfeiture of the CWA's bank guarantee to enable it to carry out the repair works instead. This was subsequently put on hold after the CWA indicated on 5th September 2025 that the bid document for the permanent road reinstatement contract had been finalized and was expected to be launched by end of September 2025. However, I note with deep concern that we are now at the end of October 2025 and the bid has still not been launched. I shall be taking up this matter with my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Energy and Public Utilities, to determine the way forward for the reinstatement of the works. Madam Speaker, as I have indicated in previous replies, namely for PQB 616 and 8 July 2025, and for PQB 859 on 7 October 2025, the RDA has proposed a memorandum of understanding with the CWA, whereby the RDA would undertake the permanent reinstatement works once the pipeline is fully completed and commissioned. The MOU will define the respective responsibilities and payment arrangements between both parties. A meeting was held on 7 October 2025 at the level of my ministry with the concerned stakeholders, during which it was agreed that the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities and the CWA will jointly review the draft MOU. A follow-up meeting would be scheduled within the coming weeks to finalize the arrangement.
Yes. Supplementary.
Will the Minister inform the House that the project will be carried before the opening of the market fair at Chemin-Grenier, which is scheduled on 15th of December?
Short and sweet, short and sweet.
As I said, I will liaise with my colleague, the Minister of Energy, and we'll see the quickest we can do it.
Thank you. Yes. Dr. Tanu, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B921, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Division of the Veterinary Services of the Ministry that contagious caprine pneumonia is a severe and even fatal respiratory disease in goats caused by a bacteria, namely Mycoplasma capricolor. It is characterized by symptoms such as fever, poor appetite, breathing difficulties, coughing, and nasal discharge. The disease leads to acute pneumonia, which can cause very high mortality rates in affected herds. Since mid-August 2025, several cases have been observed in 10 goat farms over the island and during meat inspection carried out at the Mauritius Meat Authority. Madam Speaker, with regard to party of the question, I'm informed that a death certificate is being issued by the DVS for the diseased animals. In addition, all farmers who are registered with the Small Farmers Welfare Fund under the Breeders Protection Scheme will be paid an amount of 6,000 rupees per animal. As regards Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that DVS provides 24/7 free service to the breeding community. One veterinary officer is on call after working hours. Any sick cases reported to the DVS or its sub-officers are attended and treated within the same day. For cases with respiratory problems, antibiotics are being given as well as supportive treatment to reduce mortalities and morbidities. 75% of infected goats which have been treated on time have recovered. Regular follow-up is being done at these farms every day over a period of 5 days. Regarding Part C of the question, affected farmers are sensitized to avoid trading their sick animals and enhance their biosecurity measures at their farm level. In the meantime, upon receipt of results from Centre de coopération internationale en recherche agronomique pour le développement, the DVS has requested quotation from foreign suppliers on 22nd October 2025 for the supply of 10,000 doses of CCPP vaccines.
Thank you, Minister. Are you happy? Yes, Mr. Lubin.
Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister as to the number of goats that have died recently with regard to this disease, if you have the figures?
I think it's about 15 goats.
Okay. Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Mr. Seaburn, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's question 922, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit, TRMSU of my ministry, that the village of Nouvelle-France is crossed by Savane Road A9 and Phoenix Plaisance Road A10, and that no request has been received for the installation of speed humps or any other speed control measures along Phoenix Plaisance Road A10, commonly known as Grand Port Road. I, however, understand that requests have been received for speed controlling measures at Pont Colville and Dream Price Supermarket, both located in the village of Nouvelle-France. The TRMSU has advised that due to the topography and the alignment of the road, the construction of raised tables is not being envisaged at those locations, as they may pose a problem in terms of visibility. Madam Speaker, the segment of both Savane Road A9 and the Phoenix Plaisance Road A10 crossing the village of Nouvelle-France currently have a speed limit of 60 km per hour. The TRMSU is exploring the possibility of implementing speed zones of 40 km per hour at the specific locations along routes A9 and A10 in order to control speed and enhance the safety of pedestrians, cyclists and other road users. The project would be implemented under the framework agreement by a contractor, and this is the name of the contractor will emerge as soon as this evaluation process is being completed at the Central Procurement Board.
Yes. Yes, Miss.
Oh, Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B 923.
CPB, Marie. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Metro Express Limited that an emergency response plan is in place along Saint-Jean Road in Catterbourne. This plan was prepared by MEL in collaboration with emergency services, including the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services, SAMU, and police in 2022. To improve and facilitate the entry and exit of fire trucks, an access point of approximately 12 meters located along Osman Avenue was designed with sufficient turning radius to allow for the safe maneuver of the large fire trucks. This access has been in service since the launch of Phase 2B, Catterbourne to Phoenix, in May 2022, and is to the satisfaction of the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services. As such, Madam Speaker, all vehicles, including those of emergency services, are able to travel from the region of Catterbourne towards Saint-Jean, Belle-Rose, La Louise, Sodnac, or Trianon without the need to take detours. I am further informed that in the event of the Saint-Jean is inaccessible owing to situations like a road accident, the emergency services can also, as a last resort, gain access to the railway tracks after receiving special authorization from the Metro Express Operation Control Center. The scenario has been tested during full-scale simulation in collaboration with the fire services, SAMU and the police in the presence of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center and the Singaporean Safety Auditor from the SMRT. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform the House that the collaborative efforts in developing the emergency response plan does not stop here. To ensure that a high level of coordination demonstrated in the initial full-scale simulation is maintained and to continuously improve our response capability, I am proposing to hold a follow-up simulation exercise. This exercise will involve all stakeholders directly, the police, the fire services, SAMU, the National Disaster and Risk Reduction Management Center, the Metro Express Limited, and the TRMSU, which was not involved initially. Now, the primary goal will be to identify any residual issues with the plan, particularly concerning rapid development and coordination across different access points and routes. By fine-tuning our procedures through this critical practical exercise, we will ensure that any genuine emergency situation, every action is executed efficiently and effectively, allowing us to respond swiftly and save lives, while ensuring traffic disturbance is kept to an absolute minimum. This proactive approach underscores the government's unwavering commitment to safety and security of our commuters and the community along the Metro Express corridor. And as a last note, I'm tabling the emergency response plan for Saint-Jean-Catterbourne.
Thank you. Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Would the Minister inform the House whether are there designated safe zones or assembly points along Saint-Jean Road for l'évacuation urgente?
Yes, it's quite detailed in the plan that I've just submitted, but we will meet soon. I hope the Honourable Member will facilitate arrangement at some appropriate location for us to come and explain what is inside in the plan so that everybody can understand.
Second question.
Thank you. Will the Minister inform the House how will communication be managed with residents, commuters and emergency services in the event of an accident? Thank you.
Good question, very pertinent question. But like I said, when we will meet in a participative, democratic manner in your constituency, Honourable Member, we'll detail all these going forward.
Yes. Honourable François, please. Last question, I think.
Yes, thank you. B924.
Madam Speaker,
allow me, before starting to answer this main question, to wish good luck to all the 14,837 PESAC students who have started their PESAC examinations today and which will continue till Friday, 31st October. Coming to the main question, I wish to inform the House that the Foundation Programme for Literacy, Numeracy and Skills was introduced in January 2025 by this government to replace the defunct and much decried extended programme. To recall, the success rate of the previous extended programme was on average a meagre 6%, with the result that some 2,000 students were leaving the system without a certificate every year. Allow me to provide the honourable member from Rodrigues figures related to the performance of our students in Rodrigues. In 2022, only 3 out of 167 students. In 23, only 11 out of 204. And in 2024, only 7 out of 209 students who took the NC exams were successful. Only 31 out of 580 students who took the NC exams in Rodrigues for the past 3 years were successful. The figures above clearly show how neither the curriculum and assessment nor the assessment frameworks of the former extended program was adapted for those children who were unsuccessful in their PESAC examinations. In contrast to the defunct extended program, the FPLNS blends academic and vocational components, creating clearer pathways toward the technical and vocational education and training stream. The structure of the program places emphasis on basic literacy, numeracy, digital literacy, and practical skills with a view to reducing the dropout rate. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that all candidates attempting the PESAC assessment for the first time and who have not been successful in up to 3 compulsory core subjects shall take part in a reassessment session during the month of December to provide them with a second chance to meet the minimum requirement for obtaining the PESAC. Candidates who are successful in the reassessment exercise would be admitted to grade 7 of the mainstream program, whereas those who are unsuccessful have 2 options: either to repeat grade 6 once more or to join the foundation program at grade 7. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, the options I have just mentioned remain valid for the students of the 2025 PESAC examinations, and as regard to part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the foundation class at grade 7 have already been put in place since the beginning of this year and is operational in all our schools, including Rodrigues.
Thank you. Just one supplementary. Yes, you got 3 minutes.
Yeah, just one supplementary, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I thank the Honourable Minister for his clear answer, and I also join him to wish good luck to all the students. May I ask the Honourable Minister, under the FPLNS, whether there will be introduced any special subjects for Rodrigues students in respect to the specificity of Rodrigues and to provide details thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That is an interesting question. Yes, the specificity of Rodrigues has been borne in mind, and definitely as electives. As electives, students in Rodrigues will have the option of doing farming and also fishing, which will be part of their electives in Rodrigues.
Very good. That's a good way to stop, I think. Maybe we can break for 1 hour and a half. Thank you.
The second member for Savannah Black River.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, please, B925.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the answer being very lengthy, I would like to circulate it.
Thank you. Please circulate. Any supplementary? No. The Honourable Fourth Member for Portwich North and Moat Island.
Thank you. B926.
No. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part A of the question, according to the existing scheme of service for the post of Director at the Early Childhood Care and Education Authority, candidates should inter alia possess the following qualifications and experience. A. Cambridge Higher School certificate or passes in at least 2 subjects obtained on 1 certificate at the GCE advanced level. B. A degree in education or management or business administration from a recognized institution. C. A master's degree in education or management or business administration from a recognized institution, or equivalent qualifications to those qualifications I just mentioned in parts A, B, and C, which are acceptable to the board. In addition, candidates should, among others, reckon at least 5 years' experience in the education sector, inclusive of experience in early childhood care and education. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the scheme of service for the above post further provides under the note section, inter alia, that candidates who, as at 30th June 2008, did not possess a Cambridge Higher School certificate or passes in at least 2 subjects obtained on 1 certificate at the GCE advanced level will also be considered provided they hold a Cambridge School certificate or passes obtained on 1 certificate at the GCE ordinary level, either B, first part, in 5 subjects including English language with at least grade C in any 2 subjects, or in 6 subjects including English language with at least grade C in any 1 subject, or an equivalent qualification acceptable to the board. And C, a PhD or a second master's degree or a postgraduate diploma from a recognized institution or an equivalent qualification acceptable to the board. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as for Part B of the question, I'm informed that the post has not been advertised, and as such, the other parts of the question are not applicable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed that at a special board meeting held on 20th August 2025, the ECCEA board has unanimously approved that the present officer in charge of ECCEA be assigned the duties of director pending the filling of the post. As is the current practice, assignment of duties is made on ground of administrative convenience and does not give the incumbent any claim for appointment. Thank you.
Yes, may I ask the Honourable Minister, he has cited Section 9 of the Act that the person must have recognized qualification. Can the Minister say whether the qualifications of the person who the board has proposed does have a degree which is recognized by the HEC, Higher Education Authority Commission, and whether the master's degree as well is recognized by the HEC?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the board will take cognizance of the qualification and so on. This I need to check with the board.
Second question. The Minister might be aware that this exercise, which is being done internally, and where the Minister is not in a position right now to say whether the person possesses the recognized qualifications, that person stands to gain 3 times her salary once she is promoted as acting director. She earns around 60,000. She will earn, including gratuity, 160,000. So therefore the question is that the minister should ensure before appointing that candidate that her degrees and master is indeed recognized.
I will leave it to the board to do the needful, and definitely someone will have to manage that institution, which is a very important institution, and we should not be targeting people uselessly.
The third member for Portwich North, North Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. PQB 927, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, dental services are provided through 71 dedicated dental clinics, as well as a major hospital outpatient dental unit across the island. As per statistics available, Sitilakir Community Health Center serves a catchment population of some 7,400 persons and is located within a well-served urban area. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, residents of Sitilakir have access to several dental facilities, namely at St. Croix Community Health Center, 1.4 kilometers, Dr. Haidakan Mediclinics, 2 kilometers, Eastern Suburb CHC, 2.5 kilometers, and Bejitambu CHC, 5 kilometers. My ministry is in the process of reviewing the expansion of dental services in underserved regions or higher volume centers where the demand for oral health would be higher. Given that the existing Sitilakir Community Health Center was designed primarily for general primary care, retrofitting the facility to accommodate a dental surgery unit would require substantial infrastructural works and investment. Accordingly, establishment of a full dental unit at Sitilakir Community Health Center is not envisaged at this stage. My ministry remains firmly committed to ensuring equitable access to oral health care for all citizens. Residents of Sitilakir will continue to benefit from dental services available at nearby facilities, and clear referral pathways to the closest dental clinics and hospital dental units have been established to facilitate timely and convenient access to care.
Yes, you have a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Considering the transport and other facilities that this region currently faces, may I request the Minister to consider this request of dental services for Sitilakir, which currently is an issue for all these inhabitants? Thank you.
The Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, the building itself is not fit to accommodate a dental department into it. We'll look at a later stage if you can try to increase the space.
The Honourable First Member for Portwich North, North Island.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Question B 928.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that 160 students are enrolled at the Portwich North State Secondary School for academic year 2025. Out of the 160 students, 81 are enrolled in the mainstream program, 59 are in the foundation program in literacy, numeracy, and skills, and the remaining 20 are in grade 9+, which is the last cohort of the failed extended program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards to the enrollment trend, the Portwich North SSS has been subject to a decreasing one over the past 5 years, with the number of enrolled students as follows: 408 students in year 2019, 347 students in year 2020-21, the COVID period, 331 students in year 2021-2022, 289 students in 2023, 241 students in year 2024. I wish to inform the House that this decreasing enrollment trend has been observed not only in the Portwich North SSS, but as well as in other state and private grant-aided secondary schools across the island. This phenomenon is due to factors such as decreasing student population and also choice of parents for admission in schools as per the education regulations. The said regulations provide that admission to grade 7 in a regional school is based on, first, the choice of responsible party, 2, the residence of the pupil in the geographical zone in which the regional school is located, and 3, the grade aggregate of the pupil in the PSAC assessment. The decreasing student population raises concerns with respect to the suboptimal utilization of government buildings and facilities and an uneven distribution of resources, both financial and human. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry is currently conducting an exercise on all the state secondary schools, including the Portwich North SSS, in relation to enrollment for academic year 2026, taking into consideration projected admissions in grade 7 and 10 for the mainstream program as well as the foundation program. This exercise will determine the perennity of numerous schools, including Portwich North SSS. Thank you.
Yes,
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. L'honorable ministre a-t-il un plan peut-être de conversion de ce collège d'État en centre de formation professionnelle, tout en gardant certains aspects académiques afin d'attirer plus de jeunes et leur offrir une meilleure perspective pour l'avenir? Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, yes, the EDB and my ministry, we are working on a list of government schools that are currently closed and have remained unused over the years, and also where we need to close them in order to see how to make optimum use of government infrastructure. Your suggestion will be taken on board.
Yes, B929 has been withdrawn, so we go to B930. The third member for Rivière des Audiences.
Thank you. Question B930, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that there are about 3,000 children with special education needs, including around 649 suffering from autism and 140 from epilepsy, enrolled in SANI schools. Furthermore, 57 learners with autism and 53 with epilepsy are enrolled in mainstream primary and secondary schools. With regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that no formal study or survey has been carried out so far. However, following continuous interactions with stakeholders, including the families of the SEN children, and subsequently during the session dedicated to SEN sector during les Assises de l'Éducation, the challenges in relation to the schools and educational needs have been identified as follows. A. Inadequate provision for physical accessibility in buildings. B. Unavailability of specialized vehicles for the transport of children with disabilities. C. Lack of SEN professionals on the market, such as speech therapists, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and even SEN educators. D. Inadequate specialized training to the existing educators. And E. Absence of an effective early diagnosis mechanism for disabilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards part B of the question, despite the existing financial constraints, my ministry is doing its utmost to ensure that these children are not left behind. We are therefore providing the following services to SEN schools. 1. Payment of grant-in aid to NGOs and SEDEC schools registered with the Special Education Needs Authority to cover salaries of staff, hot meals, and special support services, occupational, speech, and physiotherapy. 2. Transport facilities for pick-up and drop-off of the children and free bus pass are provided by my ministry for those attending public schools. 3. Adapted furniture provided to SEN learners. 4. Adapted textbooks, including large prints and braille. 5th, services of teacher assistants to help in academic challenges and of carers for daily living challenges such as eating and toileting. And 6th, implementation of barrier-free project is ongoing in primary and secondary schools to make way for adapted toilets, infrastructure, and accommodations to welcome and provide a conducive environment for SEN learners. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in addition, I'm informed by the Minister of Social Integration, Social Security, and National Solidarity that the following facilities are provided, namely, refund of traveling expenses to children with disabilities attending daycare, specialized, integrated, and mainstream schools, refund of taxi fares to students with severe disabilities. As a new budgetary measure, the refund of taxi fare has been extended to children with autism spectrum disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and 100% duty-free facilities to parents of children with disabilities for the purchase of adapted cars. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, however, as a caring government, we want to do more for our children with disabilities to make them feel at par with others. This is why my ministry is collaborating with other stakeholders with a view to coming up with a continuum of care for all children with disabilities. The objective is to adopt a holistic approach to build a more inclusive society and positively support the children and their families. Thank you.
Yes.
Doctor, the Honourable Minister mentioned continuum of care. So I'm thinking maybe if you could clarify whether the Honourable Minister is thinking of carrying out regular assessments with a view to monitor progress and adapt approaches to address the unique needs of each and every child? Is that
Obviously,
correct?
education is a dynamic sector, and definitely officials from the ministry and other ministries collaborate in order to look after the welfare of our kids, especially those kids with special education needs.
Honorable Tanu.
To ensure that these facilities are accessible to the early childhood sector as well. Thank you.
Now, there is, I don't know if when you're talking about early childhood, you're talking from 3 to 5, all right? And we also have an issue, those who are above 20. Definitely, according to the guidelines of SENA, okay, Special Education Needs Authority, there are clear guidelines, and definitely that part is taken care of by Ministry of Gender.
Honorable Jaman.
Is there any plan to cater for these students once they reach the age of 20?
Yes, that is an interesting question, and we, as we said, as a caring government, this has not been taken care so far, all right? Definitely, like last week, officials from my ministry met officials from other ministries in order to look deeper into that issue, in order to provide the proper cadre for these children to be taken care of below 5 and after 20, so that we provide this continuum of care, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
As what concerns the transport facilities for disabled children to these schools, is the ministry planning to implement more vehicles or to change rules in the near future?
I think one important thing that this budget brought, it is about the refund of taxi fare, all right, which was not there. And it's up to parents and the institution to avail themselves of these facilities which are provided, along with the 100% duty-free facilities for parents who can afford it for their kids.
Yes, B931 has been withdrawn. B932 has been withdrawn. So we go to the third member for Bobas and Petite Rivière.
B933, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to local artists and the Status of Artists Act, my ministry has initiated a review of the legislation in line with the measures announced in the government program 2025-2029. The aim is to ensure that the Act better reflects the realities, expectations, and aspirations of the artistic community while aligning with international standards defining cultural workers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it must be noted that this Act was conceived and introduced under the previous government without adequate consultation with artists. As a result, many in the artistic community expressed dissatisfaction, feeling that the law did not sufficiently protect their rights nor reflect their realities. In fact, during the drafting process, l'Union des Artistes had voiced strong reservation regarding the content and objective of the proposed legislation. According to the l'Union, the Act in its form fails to provide adequate protection and recognition to merchant artists. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is worth recalling that during the debates on this very bill in 2023, the honourable member himself, still in the opposition side, had raised several concerns regarding the lack of an appropriate definition of the term artist, the insufficient social protection mechanism for cultural workers, and the limited consultation with the artistic community. The honourable member had also emphasised the need to align the law with UNESCO's definition of an artist and to ensure that merchant artists are recognised as full-fledged workers with equitable rights and conditions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the new government shares these same concerns. We are, in fact, addressing precisely the shortcomings identified at that time through a comprehensive and inclusive review process aimed at strengthening the legal, social, and professional framework for our artists. We firmly believe that the voice of our artists must be at the very center of any cultural policy. We have therefore deemed it necessary to pause the implementation of the Act and undertake a comprehensive review to ensure that it truly serves the interests of Mauritian artists and align with international best practices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in this respect, my ministry has launched a national consultative process through the Convention nationale sur les arts de la culture, bringing together artists, cultural operators, and other stakeholders to collectively assess the sector and propose a strategic roadmap for its development. I am personally attending all sessions to hear directly from artists, including their views on the status of the Artists Act. Once consultations in both Mauritius and Rodrigues are completed, my ministry will consolidate the views expressed and proceed with a review so that the new framework truly reflects the aspiration of our artists. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, unlike in the past where artists were not sufficiently consulted, our government is adopting a participatory and democratic approach. The voice of our artists will remain at the center of our cultural policy, and the review of the status of the Artists Act will be treated as a matter of priority to ensure its implementation at the earliest for the benefit of all our artists. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, l'honorable ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si un registre national des artistes a été créé et quel est le nombre d'artistes qui sont inscrits à ce jour?
We are actually working on this, honorable member.
Peut-on savoir si son ministère a prévu des mesures pour soutenir les jeunes artistes émergents dans les régions urbaines comme dans les régions rurales, cela afin d'assurer une application équitable de la loi sur tout le territoire mauricien?
As I stated in my reply, we are working on this together with artists to know the grievance and then a roadmap will be worked on it.
The second member for Rivière-des-Argues in Suyac.
Question B934, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I shall answer this question. I wish to refer to Honourable Member to the reply I made to Parliamentary Questions B/848 at our sitting of 7th October 2025, wherein that had highlighted inter alia that Private Health Institutions Act 1989 does not empower my ministry to regulate the course of treatment and services, and even less the fixing of the quantum thereof. I reiterate anew that the question of regulating the course of treatment and services offered by private healthcare institutions is indeed a complex matter which must be approached with due care and caution. It would require wide consultations with all relevant stakeholders, including patients' associations, private operators, insurance companies, and professional bodies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, health services, unlike other commodities, vary widely in scope and nature, ranging from simple outpatient consultations to highly specialized surgical procedures, each requiring different levels of medical expertise, technological inputs, and infrastructural investments. Given this diversity, it would not be appropriate nor feasible to impose standardized or uniform pricing across a sector, as such an approach could risk service quality, discouraging investment, limiting patient choice, and affecting the overall sustainability of private healthcare systems. That said, government remains mindful of the need to safeguard the public interest, particularly in the area of pharmaceuticals, where the prices of essential medicines are already being regulated to ensure that patients have continued access to affordable and life-saving treatments. I'm informed that the Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection already regulates the prices of several essential pharmaceutical products through a regressive markup mechanism to ensure that medicines remain affordable. At present, this mechanism applies to 8 critical classes of medicines, namely anti-cancer, anti-diabetic, anti-hypertensive, cardiovascular medicines, inhalers, biological vaccines, and antacids. On the issue of possible collusion in the fixing of fees and charges, I wish to underline that it is the Competition Commission of Mauritius which is mandated by law to investigate and sanction anti-competitive practices in all sectors, including health. The Commission may, where warranted, impose financial penalties and take corrective measures to ensure a fair and competitive market pricing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have been informed by Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection that Competition Commission had been approached to conduct an investigation in the health-related sector in line with its legal framework. At the level of my ministry, our main focus is to upgrade and strengthen services in the public health sector so that citizens may continue to access high-quality health care free of charge, and recourse to private treatment is not done out of necessity but as a matter of choice. On that score, I am pleased to announce that several foreign private hospitals have expressed their intention to establish operations in Mauritius. The presence of multiple hospitals competing in the sector is expected to foster healthy competition, which would eventually contribute to more competitive pricing for health services and treatment. For the information of the House, I wish to emphasize that this government has made it a priority to invest significantly in critical areas such as cancer care, renal and cardiac services, as well as in the continuous development of our medical personnel. I do not have any qualm in saying that our services in many areas are comparable to those of some of the best private health facilities locally and abroad. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, while the direct regulation of prices in the private sector is for all intents and purposes not feasible, the matter remains open for discussion in the context of wider consultations in the context of the forthcoming review of the Private Health Institutions Act.
Yes.
I refer to the cost of a radiological investigation in a private hospital. CT angiocardiac, 29,000 rupees. CT all abdomen contrast, 13,700 rupees, totaling 42,800 rupees. Will the Honourable Minister state whether at the level of his ministry there are some comparative cost of pricing of services in comparison to the public sector and the private healthcare sectors?
We don't have any such system, but all these facilities are available in our own institutions. I would invite the honourable member to encourage your patients to come towards our hospital. You are welcome.
The first member for Cavian Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B935, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as the House is aware, there have been several parliamentary questions over time in relation to the Police and Criminal Justice Bill, formerly known as the Police and Criminal Evidence Bill. The Police and Criminal Evidence Bill number 4 of 2013 was introduced in the National Assembly on 16 April 2013 for first reading. The National Assembly was subsequently prorogued and the bill never went through. I wish to inform the House that since 2013 this bill has had a rather checkered history, so much so that it has never really been finalised and certainly not gone through the legislative process. Thereafter, as from 2015, the preceding government looked for expert advice and reports were produced, including one by Professor Michael Zander KC, who opined that the bill ought to be introduced with the relevant codes of practice. And it is important to note that these codes of practice were, first of all, the exercise by police officers of statutory powers to stop and search. The second code would look at the searches of premises by police officers and the seizure of property found by police officers on persons or premises. The third code of practice looked at the statutory powers of arrest by police officers. The fourth code of practice related to the detention, treatment and questioning of persons by police officers. And the fifth one related to the identification process of persons by police officers. In 2016, Sir Geoffrey Rivlin QC, a consultant, was mandated by the Commonwealth Secretariat to review the Police and Criminal Evidence Bill, and in his initial report to Mauritius advised that, and I quote, "My recommendation in that report was that, subject to the views of the important stakeholders I was about to meet, provisional informations and provisional charges should be abolished. The alternative to the ongoing provisional charge or provisional information had been worked out, and in 2019 this bill was almost finalized, but there was a clear lack of political will to bring about this fundamental change. Provisional informations and provisional charges had been widely used, dare I say abused, by the police as from 2015, and many political figures had to suffer the torments and anguish resulting from the arbitrary use of that procedure. Ceci explique bien cela. I wish to inform the House that this government is determined to introduce the Police and Criminal Justice Bill before the National Assembly after consultations are completed. Since the beginning of this year, my office has been looking into improvements that can be brought to existing versions of the bill, the latest one dated 2019. My office has already begun formal consultations with the Office of the DPP and the Office of the Commissioner of Police in relation to the finalization of the Police and Criminal Justice Bill. Indeed, a copy of an initial 2025 Police and Criminal Justice Bill has been sent to the Office of the DPP and that of the Commissioner of Police for their views and input. But let me say this for the benefit of the House and of the general public. It is also my intention to widen the scope of these consultations to include stakeholders such as, but of course not limited to, Transparency International, the NGO Dis-moi, and other relevant NGOs and organizations. What must be emphasized is that we shall be doing away with provisional charges as we know them today. But there is a need to formulate a new process to be adopted by investigative authorities, which will now have to work in closer collaboration with the prosecuting authority. It is in this vein that we are also working on the National Prosecution Service Bill and the Mauritius National Crime Agency Bill. This is indeed a very tall order given the limited resources available at my office, which, it bears reminding Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the smallest budget of all ministries. The Police and Criminal Justice Bill will indeed revolutionize the criminal justice system and will require the buy-in of the Office of the DPP and that of the Commissioner of Police to be workable so that it will not hinder investigating authorities whilst ensuring that fundamental rights are preserved and protected. Let me end with a word of caution. Putting a bill through Parliament, especially this one, may be probably the easiest part. What will also be needed is, and that is probably more important, first of all, a change in the mindset of investigative authorities. Secondly, the necessity for training for all stakeholders in the criminal justice system. And thirdly, capacity building of important departments such as forensics and cybersecurity.
Yes, okay. The Honourable First Member for Savarin Bakula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B936, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Regarding Part A, B, C, D, and E of the question, I wish to inform the House that these elements of information are available at the level of ministries and departments. The General Office Management Unit of my ministry only gives necessary clearances to enable ministries and departments to proceed with the signature of lease agreements with private building owners, subject to availability of funds, concurrence to rental rates as recommended by the Valuation Department, structural soundness of the private building as determined by my ministry, among others. In the same vein, my ministry also rents office space from various private owners. The total annual rental payable amounts to around 42.7 million. If I take into account the rent paid by parastatal bodies under the aegis of my ministry, such as RDA, CIA, LDA, and the ISCL, the total amount payable will be around 70 million rupees. In view thereof, we are exploring the possibility of setting up an M&I house which would regroup all departments and divisions of my ministry into one strategic location. The project is expected to be implemented under a suitable private-public partnership model. This bold initiative aims at improving the efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery and would bring positive spillover benefits to the country at large. For convenience purposes, information pertaining to Part A, name of the owners, Part B, extent and location thereof, Part C, monthly rental and total annual rental payable, and Part D, duration of the lease, have been compiled. I'm tabling copy thereof to the House. With respect to the last part of the question, I wish to reassure the House that all buildings currently being rented by my ministry are in very good state and do not require any major renovation or maintenance.
Honourable Second Member for Burberry-Salborn.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. B 937.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with a view to addressing the flooding issues holistically and mitigating the incidents of flooding in the region of La Louise, I'm informed that the NDU has appointed Vyas Consulting Engineers Limited as consultant for the design and supervision for flood mitigation measures in the region of La Louise, La Sousse, and Candos, Quatre-Bornes. Owing to the complexity of the project and the site conditions, the project will be implemented in different phases. The Land Drainage Authority has recommended as Phase 1, construction of absorption drains along Lal Bahadur Sastri Avenue and Candos Vakwa Road as short-term measures. Phase 2 will involve works along Boundary Road, Sichern Road, Nehru Road, and Felix Boson Road, amongst others. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm further informed that the project proposals for the short-term measures have been submitted by the consultant on 22nd July 2025. Consequently, the project proposals and drawings were circulated to different stakeholders, including the municipality of Quatre-Bornes, the RDA, the Victoria Hospital, and the Wastewater Management Authority on 31st July 2025. A presentation on the project proposal was also held on 6th August 2025 with all the stakeholders. As at date, only the Municipal Council of Quatre-Bornes has submitted its views requesting the NDU to amend the design by constructing the absorption drain along Boundary Road with 2 retention ponds instead of constructing an absorption drain along Candos Vakwa Road as initially recommended by the LDA. Consequently, the request for the change in design proposed by the Municipal Council of Quatre-Bornes has been forwarded to the LDA for consideration on 29 September 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the other hand, the Road Development Authority has informed that it is not agreeable to the proposed construction of a stormwater absorption drain and provision of metal ratings along the carriageway of the Candos Vakwa Road because of the following reasons. Same will severely affect the pavement structure of the road. Second, represent road safety hazards. Third, cause serious traffic issues during implementation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in view of the conflicting views, I've requested the Chief Project Manager of the NDU to chair a technical committee with all its stakeholders and to come up with urgent implementable measures to mitigate flooding in the region of La Louise, Quatre-Bornes.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. In view of a recurrent flooding affecting residents and road users, could the minister inform the House whether urgent measures can be envisaged? Please, thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm sure my colleague knows the complexity of the work over there. Even in certain regions, we have to relocate houses so we cannot go abruptly, we don't go quickly. So that's why I put up a technical committee which I've asked to work very fast and to come with recommendation with immediate and short-term measures, what can be done.
Honorable First Member for Port Vito and Mont Island.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Question B 938.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Solid Waste Management Division of my ministry that in constituency number 4, there are 38 housing units at Long Mountain and 3 at Kongoma which still contain cemented asbestos sheets. It should be noted that it is only upon request from owners of the housing units that the Solid Waste Management Division proceeds with the dismantling and removal of the asbestos sheets from the housing units. A contract has recently been awarded by my ministry for the dismantling, removal and disposal of asbestos sheets from the housing units. According to a survey carried out by the Ministry of Housing and Lands recently, there are still around 1,560 XCHA housing units containing asbestos. So, Deputy Speaker, sir, in order to expedite matters with respect to this long-standing issue, an interministerial committee is being set up at the level of my ministry and the chair of Honorable Joanna Béranger, Junior Minister, comprising representatives of the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Housing and Lands, Ministry of National Infrastructure, Ministry of Health and Wellness, Ministry of Local Government, and my ministry to make recommendations to government for the complete phasing out of the housing units containing asbestos sheets in Mauritius. The first meeting is scheduled to be held this Friday, 31st October 2025.
Yes, Mandari.
Je remercie le ministre de prendre ce problème à cœur, connaissant la détresse et l'anxiété des habitants de Cité EDC à Mont Island. Est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut-il donner l'assurance qu'une solution sera trouvée au plus vite afin d'alléger la souffrance de mes mandants? Merci.
Monsieur le Vice-président, c'est un problème que nous avons nous-mêmes dans l'opposition combattue. Nous avons dénoncé la lenteur du précédent gouvernement. C'est un héritage lourd, mais je suis sûr qu'avec la compréhension, avec l'aide de tout un chacun, et surtout avec l'aide de mon collègue, que nous trouvons des solutions à court terme et bien rapides.
Yes, Honorable. Yeah.
Question. I heard the Honorable Minister mentioning about the interministerial committee that would be set up to look at the effects of asbestos in the community. We did have an Addison report that was set up, which came following the intervention of now our Deputy Prime Minister at the time. And will this interministerial liaise have any implication as to what was recommended by the Addison report, so that these 3,115 houses that were supposed to have asbestos since Cyclone Carol will finally be eradicated? Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, nous allons prendre tous les rapports que nous avons eus, les récents rapports que mon collègue a fait commanditer, et venir le plus rapidement avec une solution. Parce que nous avons, déjà dans le passé, il y a eu, je crois, 800 millions qui a été voté dans un budget précédent, mais rien n'a été fait au fil des années. Maintenant, nous avons la ferme intention, les besoins se trouvent dans plusieurs circonscriptions, et plusieurs sont dans un état les plus, je ne veux pas dire déplorables, difficiles à vivre pour ces occupants, mais il est notre ferme intention de trouver une solution, surtout avec l'aide de tout un chacun.
Honorable Second Member for Holding.
Yes, thank you. B939.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, presently 2 islets found in the lagoon of Rodrigue, namely Ile Coco and
Honorable
Ile
Minister,
Sab.
you are stepping in for the Minister of...
Yes, I'm sorry.
You have to inform the House so that we
Okay.
put it on record.
Okay, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, because I'm answering on behalf of my colleague. Presently, 2 islets found in the lagoon of Rodrigue, namely Ile Coco and Ile Sab, are declared as nature reserves under the 2nd Schedule of the Forest and Reserve Act. As per existing legal provisions, the management of nature reserves fall under the responsibility of Forestry Service of my ministry. In the case of Rodrigue, I am however informed that Ile Coco and Ile Sab are being managed by the Forestry Service of Rodrigue pursuant to Section 26 and 54 of the Rodrigue Regional Assembly Act. In these circumstances, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, no amendment is warranted under the Forest and Reserves Act with regard to the vesting of the responsibility for the management of the 2 islets in the Rodrigue Regional Assembly. I should nevertheless inform the House that drafting instructions for a new Forest and Reserve Bill, which would repeal and replace the current Act, have already been conveyed to the Attorney General's office. Once a draft version of the bill is obtained, our colleagues from the Rodrigue Regional Assembly will be consulted thereon, including any proposal to declare other islets in the lagoon of Rodrigue as nature reserves.
No question. The Honourable Fourth. No, will be. The Honourable First Member for Savannah Black River. Understand B941 has been withdrawn.
B942, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, concernant la partie A de la question, la WMA m'informe que la cité La Ferme à Bambou est un lotissement de type Shares A, comprenant environ 275 logements. Le quartier était sujet à des fréquents débordements d'eau usée, causant des graves problèmes et des désagréments aux résidents. Afin d'apporter une solution durable à ces problèmes, la WMA a lancé un projet d'assainissement à la résidence La Ferme, selon une formule conception-construction. Ce projet comprenait 3 volets principaux. La construction d'un égout routier à la résidence La Ferme, à Bambou, le raccordement des maisons et la construction d'un collecteur le long de l'A3 à Bambou. À la suite d'un appel d'offres mené par la Central Procurement Board, le contrat a été attribué à Serveng Company Limited le 4 juillet 2023. Les travaux ont commencé le 28 juillet 2023 et ont été pratiquement achevés le 15 août 2025. L'entrepreneur procède actuellement à la remise en état final de la route dans la cité La Ferme et celle-ci devrait être achevée d'ici fin octobre 2025. À ce jour, 3,1 km de conduits d'égout ont été posés et 3,3 km de tuyaux de la Central Water Authority ont été remplacés dans le cadre de ce contrat. Concernant la partie A de la question, la WMA m'informe que 220 foyers sur 270 sont raccordés au réseau d'assainissement public. Les 50 foyers situés le long d'une partie de la A3, Black River Road, Mahatma Gandhi Lane, Aka Azad Lane et Kubaramwa Lane n'ont pas pu être raccordés, suite aux objections de certains résidents. La WMA mènera une campagne de communication dans les semaines à venir concernant les raccordements restants, donc les 50 restants. Et en l'absence d'objection des résidents concernés, les locaux seront raccordés au réseau conformément au prochain contrat cadre qui devrait être attribué par la WMA en décembre de cette année-ci, au plus tard, première semaine de janvier de l'année prochaine. En ce qui concerne la partie B de la question, la WMA m'informe qu'aucune somme de variation n'a été émise en vertu du contrat. Monsieur le Président, quant à la partie C de la question, je suis en outre informé par la WMA que l'avenue de l'Indépendance se situe en dehors de la zone du projet. Il est à noter que l'avenue Indépendance est située dans un lotissement Mont-Repos, ex-Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund à Bambou, qui se compose d'environ 50 maisons et se trouve à environ 100 mètres du nouveau lotissement NSLD actuellement en construction. Le système d'évacuation des eaux usées de la cité Mont-Repos se compose d'un réseau d'égouts interne, actuellement raccordé à 2 fosses septiques communes. Bien que le quartier ne soit pas raccordé au tout à l'égout public, la WMA assure, et je m'assure aussi, sur demande, des services de pompage pour vider la fosse septique commune afin de réduire les nuisances pour des raisons humanitaires. Comme il ne s'agit pas d'une solution durable, la WMA a contacté la NSLD en vue de fournir une solution permanente qui comprendra la déconnexion du réseau interne du domaine du système communal et sa reconnexion par gravité à son nouveau système d'égout construit. Le 4 septembre 2025, donc le mois dernier, la NSLD a informé la WMA qu'elle prendrait en charge la reconnexion du domaine à sa nouvelle station de pompage. La reconnexion du lotissement de Mont-Repos à la nouvelle station du NSLD devrait être achevée d'ici mai 2026, dans à peu près 4 à 6 mois. Merci.
Second member for Belrose Cadbon.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. 9B943. Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by Metro Express Limited that to address the issue of lack of parking, pick-up and drop-off facilities around the Catrobon Light Rail Station, 4 plots of land situated near Courts Mammoth building were acquired by the Ministry of Housing and Lands and handed over to MEL in February 2024. Subsequently, in June 2024, MEL awarded a contract for the sum of 14.9 million rupees, inclusive of VAT. It's a long figure, but I'm going to mention 14.9, to Transinvest Construction Limited for the provision of lay-by with shelter and toilets at Catrobon Station. The project consists of the following. Number 1, construction of public toilet blocks. Number 2, office for male officers. Number 3, parking space for vehicle and related amenities. And number 4, bus lay-by along Victoria Avenue. However, I'm informed that at a meeting held at the Municipal Council of Catrobon in July 2024, MEL was requested to examine the possibility of foregoing those plots of land for the provision of additional bus bays required under the Catrobon Urban Terminal Project. At the time, the construction of the Park and Ride project was well underway, and it would have been difficult to alter the scope of the project without entailing contractual and financial implications. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in August 2024, MEL had received a petition from the residents of the locality expressing their serious concerns to the conversion of the proposed parking site into bus bays. Concerns raised pertain essentially to traffic congestion, safety, noise and air pollution, as well as privacy issues, in view of this, that the site lies within a residential zone. Disruption of local access arising from movement of buses for alighting and boarding of passengers throughout the day was evoked as another major issue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in January this year I had chaired a meeting on the issue whereby it was agreed that the construction works for the parking facilities would be temporarily put on hold pending a final decision on the implementation of the Catrobon Urban Terminal Project. As at date, the construction of the toilet block has been completed and MEL is in the process of handing over the site to the Municipality of Catrobon for its operation. The construction of the bus lay-by has also been completed and is in use. I am informed that the Council will launch an expression of interest shortly for its operation. According to the information obtained from MEL, 53% of the works have been completed in regard to the parking space. I am further informed by the Ministry of Local Government that in light, I think this is important, of the complaints received from inhabitants against the proposed bus holding area traffic centre, the Council has at its public infrastructure meeting on 13 October 2025, that is 2 weeks ago, decided that the said site be maintained for the construction of the park and ride facility.
Yes, one of you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Could the Minister inform the House whether consultations have been held with residents and stakeholders who signed the petition, please? Thank you.
Seemingly, that has been done at the level of the Municipal City Council of Catrobon for them to arrive at that recommendation 2 weeks ago. Seemingly, yeah.
Second one, please. Last one.
Okay, last one, quick.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would the Minister inform the House whether an environmental impact assessment or traffic impact study has been conducted to ensure that the proposed parking area will not worsen congestion on Victoria Avenue? Thank you.
You mean for the park and ride for Metro Express Limited? I can do that. Yeah. Thank you.
The first member for La Cavienne Phoenix.
B944, please.
Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, we are profoundly disheartened by the atrocities which have been taking place in Gaza. For the past 2 years, we have witnessed the humanitarian tragedies taking place there, with more than 65,000 casualties, mainly women and children. On our part, we continue to closely follow developments surrounding the ceasefire agreement reached under the 20 points peace plan proposed by the US President Donald Trump on 29th of September 2025. In answer to Part A of the question, the House may recall that Mauritius has always shown its unwavering support for the legitimate struggle of the Palestinian people and has forcefully condemned Israel for its violations of humanitarian law. We have consistently voiced out our long-standing principled position in favor of a just and sustainable peace in the Middle East, shared widely by the international community, which is the two-state solution. As at now, 158 member states of the United Nations, including Mauritius, have recognized the state of Palestine, representing more than 80% of the United Nations membership. A lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only be achieved by peaceful means based on relevant United Nations resolutions and in accordance with international law on the principle of the two-state solution, which indeed represents the only viable option to bring an end to this enduring conflict. I would like to inform the House that on the 18th of August 2025, the Palestinian Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates sent me a letter conveying the profound appreciation of Palestine on the clear and principled position of Mauritius, which reaffirms the inherent and inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to life, dignity, and statehood. A copy of the letter is being tabled for the benefit of the House. On the other hand, I wish to underscore that Mauritius has consistently lent its support for the Palestinian cause by voting in favor of decisions at the level of various United Nations bodies like the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, and UNESCO. The most recent illustration of our support was on the 25th of August 2025, when Mauritius endorsed the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution that was adopted at the high-level international conference in July 2025. The New York Declaration highlights the international community's collective responsibility to bring a definite end to the decades-long conflict through political and diplomatic means. During the high-level international conference, in line with our well-established practice, Mauritius strongly reiterated our long-standing support for Palestine. The same position was reiterated by Mauritius during the high-level week of the UN General Assembly on 22nd of September 2025. I also wish to place on record that Mauritius was not present during the address of the Prime Minister of Israel on the UN General Assembly on the 26th September 2025. At its session of 19 September 2025, Cabinet agreed to make a cash donation of 50,000 USD to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East to support humanitarian action for the people of Palestine. With regards to Part B of the question, regarding the severance of ties with Israel, I wish to point out the following. Diplomatic relations were established with Israel in March 1968. Those relations were severed on 7th of July 1976. Mauritius recognized the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, in May 1979, and relations with Israel were re-established on the 29th of September 1993, following the signature of the Israel-PLO peace agreement on the 13th of September 1993. Since election of this new government in November 2024, my ministry has ensured that bilateral exchanges with Israel be reduced purposefully to a minimum. For instance, invitations for our ministers to visit Israel have been turned down. Technical cooperation through Israel's official International Development Cooperation Program has been stalled. The request for an Israeli airline to operate direct flights from Israel to Mauritius this year has not been acceded to. As a result of the war on a few countries like Jordan, Bahrain, Turkey, Honduras, South Africa, and Chad, and Chile as well, have recalled the ambassadors from Israel, whilst others like Belize, Bolivia, Colombia, and Nicaragua have severed diplomatic relations with Israel. It is felt that the severance of diplomatic ties is of an extreme order, as this might adversely affect any possible influence, dialogue, and communication by Mauritius at the multilateral level for sustainable peace in the Middle East region. Maintaining our current stance, albeit at a minimum level, leaves the window open for Mauritius to advocate for a peaceful discussion between all parties. It is felt that maintaining a meaningful channel of discussion with the Israeli side is in fact in the interest of the Palestinian people. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to Part C of the question, the House may wish to note that Mauritius has been directly involved in international legal actions concerning Palestine, notably through its participation in the proceedings at the International Court of Justice. This involvement is aligned with our long-standing support of Mauritius for the Palestinian cause at the United Nations. In July 2023, Mauritius was one of the 57 countries to submit a written statement to the ICJ regarding the legality of Israel's policies in the occupied Palestinian territory. The submission specifically addressed the legal consequences of Israel's prolonged occupation, settlement, and annexation of Palestinian territory. Mauritius also participated in the oral proceedings at the ICJ in February 2024. In its presentation, Mauritius drew parallels between the Israeli occupation and the Chagos Archipelago case, and argued that if the ICJ found Israel's occupation unlawful, the latter would be obliged to end it, consistent with the 2019 ICJ ruling on the Chagos case. In July 2024, the ICJ issued its advisory opinion concluding that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful and must end. It also stated that all states have an obligation not to recognize the illegal situation and to ensure Israel's compliance with international law. Subsequently, on the 22nd of October 2025, the ICJ delivered another advisory opinion issued pursuant to United Nations General Assembly Resolution 232 of the 19th of December 2024 concerning the obligations of Israel with respect to the presence and activities of the United Nations, other international organizations, and third states in the occupied Palestinian territories. The court unanimously concluded that Israel is required to fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law, including the duty to ensure that the population of the occupied Palestinian territory has access to the basic necessities of life, including food, water, clothing, bedding, shelter, fuel, medical supplies, and services. By 10 votes to 1, the court further determined that Israel must agree to and facilitate by all means at its disposal relief schemes on behalf of the population of the occupied Palestinian territory, so long as that population remains inadequately supplied, as has been the case in the Gaza Strip. This includes humanitarian relief provided by the UN and its entities, most notably the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, as well as by other international organizations and third states. Israel is also required not to obstruct or impede search relief efforts. Furthermore, the ICJ unanimously affirmed Israel's obligation to respect the prohibition on forcible transfer and deportation in the occupied Palestinian territory and the prohibition on the use of starvation of civilians as a weapon of warfare. The ICJ will now forward the advisory opinion to the United Nations General Assembly, where a resolution is expected to be drafted by member state that first tabled that resolution for an advisory opinion in December 2024. Consistent with its policy of support to the principle of international law and the rights of the Palestinian people, Mauritius will support any UNGA resolution that would seek to implement the advisory opinion of the ICJ. Mauritius will therefore continue to support all initiatives at the level of the United Nations, African Union, and relevant multilateral fora, which are in accordance with international law and which will contribute to bringing about a just, peaceful, comprehensive, and lasting solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict based on the sanctity of the two-state solution. Thank you.
You have a question, Honorable Karia?
Yes, please. Can the minister, les ministres des Affaires étrangères, peut-il dire si le pays peut participer à l'effort international de soigner les blessés résultat des bombardements israéliens à Gaza?
Can you repeat the question?
Est-ce que notre pays peut participer à l'effort international de soigner des blessés résultat des bombardements israéliens sur Gaza?
Yes, this is a very interesting question. We'll look into it, and if there is that possibility, we will definitely participate dans cet élan de solidarité. Merci.
Honorable second member for Savannah Black River.
Deputy Speaker, B945, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, concernant la partie A de la question, la CWA m'informe qu'un réservoir de 10 mètres cubes, donc 10 000 litres, a été installé le long de Reserve Road, près du domaine Ramphol, à Bétucap. Ce réservoir est régulièrement alimenté par des camions citernes de la CWA, assurant ainsi un soulagement temporaire, je dis bien temporaire, aux habitants, notamment pendant la saison de restriction. Concernant la partie B de la question, j'en ai parlé à la CWA et elle m'a informé qu'elle propose d'installer 3 réservoirs d'eau de 30 mètres cubes chacun et de construire une station de pompage à contour prune afin de capter l'eau du forage d'Agria. Les travaux seront réalisés en interne par la CWA et elles devraient débuter dans la 3e semaine de novembre, le mois prochain, 2025. Leur durée est de 8 semaines, 2 mois. Le projet terminé, il n'y aura plus besoin d'intervention de camions-citernes dans les régions de Contour-Prune et Baie-du-Cap, assurant ainsi un approvisionnement en eau fiable et continu aux habitants de la zone. En ce qui concerne Coteau-Raffin, afin d'améliorer l'approvisionnement en eau à Coteau-Raffin, la CWA mène actuellement une étude de faisabilité pour l'installation d'un CPF, un Containerized Container Pressure, d'une capacité quotidienne de 2000 m3 sur la rivière Bois-Noir. Grâce à cette production d'eau supplémentaire dirigée vers le réservoir de Bois-Puyan, le nombre d'heures d'approvisionnement quotidienne devrait augmenter. Monsieur le Vice-président, je le tiens à souligner comme mon ministère, la CWA, nous travaillons actuellement sur le nouveau protocole de distribution afin de se préparer au déficit hydrique attendu dans les semaines et dans les mois à venir. La situation sur l'île et dans les réservoirs sera surveillée quotidiennement et des mesures coordonnées seront prises pour renforcer l'intervention dans les zones les plus touchées par les coupures d'eau. Merci.
B946 has been withdrawn. So we go to the third member for Mayberg, Penmagnon.
B947, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the outset, I wish to inform the House that Africa Network Information Center, also known as AFRINIC, is a company limited by guarantee incorporated under the laws of Mauritius. AFRINIC is the designated regional internet registry for the African continent, which implies that it manages and issues all the IP addresses that are used in the African region. However, due to one of the members, Cloud Innovation, there were a lot of points of contention that arose. And unfortunately, allegedly as well, many of the IP addresses that were meant for use in the African region were being used outside of Africa. That too, not for lawful, but allegedly again, unlawful purposes. And this has been ongoing for a long number of years. When we took government, we started addressing this problem because AFRINIC for Mauritius represents a very important symbol that puts Mauritius on the digital map of Africa. So this institution could have been based in any other African country, but it is based in Mauritius, and that is a matter of pride for us. With the involvement with Afrinic of the previous government, we run the risk of losing Afrinic to other countries in Africa. But we, thanks to the efforts of the Attorney General, whom I thank very much, and also the Prime Minister, we managed to help and to find a solution to Afrinic. Afrinic had been the object of a spate of litigation by Cloud Innovation Limited, one of its own resource members, culminating into a receiver being appointed by the Supreme Court at the instance of Cloud Innovation Limited. And as a consequence, Afrinic was placed in receivership. And because it was placed in receivership, no new IP addresses could be issued between November 2024 and July 2025. And Afrinic was the object of a compulsory winding up petition by Cloud Innovation. And this was very dangerous for Africa. And within the African digital space, it was known and it was perceived that the judiciary of Mauritius was not handling the case properly. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the state of affairs of Afrinic has caused a lot of unease within the regional and international internet community, thereby undermining the reputation of Mauritius as a jurisdiction internationally. And to preserve the integrity thereof, a set of actions have been undertaken, and I will not go into the details of those actions, but table the list of the actions. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Yes, you have a supplementary question.
Could the Honourable Minister please inform the House what is being done to bring back African IP addresses from Asia?
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for this supplementary question. Now that the board has been established, the board will define the action plan with regards to recuperating the IP addresses of Africa that are being used outside. So it will be up to the board to act on this. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Warding.
Yes, thank you. B948.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the 30th session of the Conference of Parties, that is COP30, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, will be held from 10th November to 21st November 2025 in Belém, Brazil. As a party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Mauritius will participate in the COP30 with the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, leading the delegation. The delegation will comprise the Chief Commissioner of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, the Permanent Secretary and Director Climate Change of our Ministry, as one Minister Councillor from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the context of the climate negotiations, my ministry in its capacity of a national focal point to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has the collaboration of stakeholders, older ministries and departments and stakeholders in Rodrigues prepared a national position which has been approved by government on 10th October 2025. The national position paper will support the technical negotiations as well as the preparation of the different statements which the head of the delegation will deliver in the plenary sessions and presidency events on priority themes, including our call to the international community in respect of climate finance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Climate Justice Fund for Africa, which was established in 2021 and supported by the governments of Sweden and the Netherlands, targeted community-based organizations, non-governmental organizations and think tanks by providing innovative and rapid response grant funding to support grassroots initiatives and movements in their efforts to address climate change and promote climate justice. I'm informed that the fund launches expression of interest at intervals, which are decided by the partners represented by their partners. A representative from the above-mentioned organization from eligible countries, including Mauritius, can apply directly to the fund to benefit from that window of opportunity. The call of proposals for this year was closed in August 2025, and new submissions could await the next call for proposal.
Yes. You have a supplement.
Yeah, just one supplement, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. May I ask the Honourable Minister
whether the Republic of Mauritius submitted on time its updated third nationally determined contributions NDC 3.0 climate action plan to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC.
Yes, we submitted well in advance.
Thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port as well.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, is question B/949, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that the coastal stretch from Quatre-Sœurs to Bois des Amorettes within the district boundary of Grand-Port contains 21 proclaimed public beaches, all of which fall under the responsibility of a beach authority. This figure includes 7 beaches which were recently redeveloped into waterfronts and officially proclaimed as public beaches in December 2024. Current cleaning services across these 21 public beaches are being provided by the Beach Authority and Mori Facilities Management Company Limited, both entities falling under the aegis of my ministry, and also by private contractors. Additionally, personnel from the Beach Authority undertake regular repairs and maintenance of amenities and infrastructure across all 21 public beaches. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part B of the question, my ministry maintains an open policy regarding collaboration with non-governmental organizations and the private sector for embellishment works, which are affected under the supervision and technical guidance of my ministry. I also wish to inform the House that my ministry, through the Beach Authority and Mori Facilities Management Company Limited, and with the collaboration of the private sector and the District Council of Grand-Port and NGOs, is planning to organize a large-scale cleanup campaign during the first week of December 2025 along this specific coastal stretch to further uplift the environment of this vital zone. My honourable friend and colleague, and his other colleagues of conference will be kept informed of the programme.
Honourable Third Member for Rivet-Zorgi, Suyak.
Speaker, B950, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will be a bit long reply, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to inform the House that Section 2.1.
If a long reply, you can...
No, it's technical, so I can explain to my honourable friend, young friend. Section 2.1J of the 5th Schedule of the Environment Act 2024 makes provision for the Chief National Transport Commissioner of the National Land Transport Authority to be designated enforcing agency in relation to smoke and noise emission by motor vehicles. Items 8, 12, 181 and 200 of the 4th Schedule of the Road Traffic Act also provide for provision of fixed penalties for offences in relation to noise from modified exhaust system. With regard to part A of the question, with a view to strengthening deterrence and curb down noise pollution from modified exhaust system, the fixed penalties surely in the range of 1,000 to 5,000 rupees have now been increased to 10,000 rupees as from 9th October 2025 through the Finance Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the fixed penalties, Regulation 20 of the Road Traffic Control of Vehicle Emissions Regulation 2002 provides that an authorized officer may issue a prohibition notice where the test results of a motor vehicle's noise emission test exceeds the prescribed level specified in the 5th Schedule of the Road Traffic Control of Vehicle Emissions Regulation 2002 by 10 dBA. The notice prohibits the operation of a vehicle on any road until the defect has been remedied to the satisfaction of the authorized officer within 14 days as from the date of the notice. With regards to part B of the question, existing noise regulations are being enforced on a daily basis by the Police de l'Environnement. Special operations concerning noise nuisance also conducted with the support of the divisional headquarters of the Mauritius Police Force, along with the Special Mobile Force, Police Tourist, the Emergency Response Service, and the Environmental Health Engineering Unit of the Ministry of Health and Wellness during weekends. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed that during the period January 2025 to 23rd October, 43 and 89 contraventions have been established in respect to noise emanating from modified exhaust systems and loud sound equipment installed in motor vehicles, respectively, in breach of regulations. Regulations 83.2, 83.3, and 135 road traffic construction and use of vehicles regulation 2010 concerning exhaust silencer system not in good and efficient working order and alteration of silencer respectively. Regulation 84 and 125 on road traffic construction of use of vehicles. Regulation 2010 for using motor vehicle causing excessive noise and environment protection control of noise. Regulation 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, concerning Part C of the question, Regulation 44 of Environment Protection Control of Noise, Regulation 2022 stipulates that no person shall use or cause to be used a loudspeaker, a loudhailer, an amplifier, a musical instrument, and any other electrical or mechanical device for producing sound within a radius of 100 meters, and which unreasonably interfere with the proper running of an educational or vocational institution during normal hours of instruction, a health institution, a place of worship, a court of justice, the municipal city of council or the municipal councils, the government house during hours of the sitting of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, with regard to Part D of the question, the Information and Education Division of my ministry conducts ongoing awareness raising and sensitization activities targeting various groups, including youth, women, senior citizens, NGOs, schools, local communities, and the general public. A broad range of environmental issues are addressed, including noise pollution. The awareness activities are delivered through talks, short videos, radio spots, presentations, billboards, and posters. From January 2025 to today, 65 talks have been conducted for the benefit of various community groups. My ministry will enhance mass awareness initiatives to support the national campaign aimed at improving the living environment through stronger enforcement measures in collaboration with local authorities.
The Honorable Third Member for Grand-Bay.
B 951, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur le Vice-président, merci l'honorablement. Je suis informé par la Central Water Authority que les régions de Montchoisy, Vale, Grand-Bay, Fond-du-Sac, Sottise, Caledine, Goodlands ont des régimes d'approvisionnement en eau variant de 8 heures à 16 heures. Je suis également informé que le nombre total de plaintes concernant les régions subventionnées pour la période décembre 2024 à septembre 2025 concernant l'approvisionnement régulier en eau s'élève à 15 476. Plusieurs raisons expliquent l'approvisionnement intermittent irrégulier en eau dans ces régions. D'abord, le vieillissement et la qualité des tuyaux provoquant une baisse de pression, surtout dans les parties élevées. L'insuffisance des ressources en eau, la capacité de stockage limitée des réservoirs existants par rapport à la demande en rapide augmentation, les pannes de pompe, les coupures de courant et aussi les pertes sur le réseau de plus de 60% de notre réseau de distribution. Monsieur le Vice-président, depuis ma prise de fonction, j'ai fait le point sur la situation en eau dans le Nord et mon intervention prioritaire a été d'accroître la mobilisation de l'eau dans le Nord pour améliorer l'approvisionnement en eau des habitants. Ainsi, des nouveaux forages ont été réalisés et mis en service au niveau des réservoirs de Boismont, de Fourbac, de Fond-du-Sac, de Mapou, ce qui apportera des ressources en eau supplémentaires dans le réseau hydraulique. 1. Le forage de Boismont a été mis en service le 11 octobre 2025, il y a quelques jours, en injectant environ 384 mètres cubes d'eau par heure supplémentaires dans le réservoir de Boismont pour alimenter Fond-du-Sac. 2. Le forage de Fourbac a été mis en service le 16 octobre 2025, la semaine dernière, et alimente 4400 mètres cubes par jour d'eau supplémentaire dans le réseau des tuyaux de Lower Vale et Sottise. 3. Le forage de Fond-du-Sac devrait être mis en service d'ici mi-novembre 2025, le mois prochain, et alimentera le réseau de Fond-du-Sac. 4. Le forage de Mapou injectera de l'eau supplémentaire dans le réservoir All Goodlands d'ici fin octobre 2025 pour soutenir ces zones de service. 5. Un autre forage serait réalisé en Demica, la première semaine de novembre 2025 et injectera de l'eau dans le réservoir de Mont-Loisir-Rouillard. D'autres projets d'amélioration d'eau à moyen et à long terme de la CWA comprennent le renouvellement des tuyaux à Pointe-aux-Calonniers, Goodlands, Grand-Bay Pérébert, Upperville, Cap Malheureux et la modernisation du réservoir d'équilibrage à Poudor. Donc, ces tuyaux vont être renouvelés et c'est l'engagement du gouvernement indien de nous donner 2,8 milliards de roupies pour le Pipe Replacement Programme. Monsieur le vice-président, les régions dont nous parlons aujourd'hui connaissent une demande croissante en eau en raison du développement rapide et continu de ces zones. L'augmentation des activités résidentielles et commerciales et infracturelles a naturellement exercé une pression accrue sur l'approvisionnement existant. Monsieur le vice-président, je tiens également à souligner que mon ministère, en collaboration avec toutes les parties concernées, a élaboré un plan Marshall pour l'eau, pour le secteur de l'eau, afin de essayer de remédier à la situation à court et moyen terme. Je dis bien essayer. Ce cadre vise à renforcer la mobilisation des ressources en eau dans les mois et dans les années à venir, à diversifier le mix hydrique, à améliorer l'efficacité du réseau de distribution, changement de tuyaux. Il nous faut impérativement changer ces tuyaux pour ne pas perdre 60% de l'eau que nous mettons dans l'eau. Donc, comme je disais, Monsieur le Vice-président, ce plan Marshall, principalement pour le Nord, va essayer d'augmenter la capacité de l'eau souterraine et les rivières pour pouvoir alimenter ces régions. Nous essayons de tout faire pour améliorer cette distribution. Et en passant, je remercie les membres de la circonscription numéro 5 et numéro 6 pour l'aide qu'ils nous donnent en ce qui concerne la communication avec les habitants. Merci.
The Honourable First Member for Savannah Bakriga, last question for today.
B953, please.
Honourable Minister of Energy.
Yes, coming. Monsieur 953.
Oui.
Monsieur le vice-président, je suis informé par la Central Water Authority que les régions de l'île comprenant Ficanflac, Cascavel, Tamarin, La Golette, Le Monde sont considérées comme les zones les plus soumises au stress hydrique du pays. Ces régions connaissent une pénurie d'eau, principalement en raison de la capacité de production limitée par rapport au rythme rapide de développement et la forte demande des consommateurs, en particulier pendant la saison touristique de pointe et les développements résidentiels en cours. Donc, expansion insuffisante des infrastructures hydrauliques, perte d'eau dans les tuyaux, comme je le disais un peu plus tôt, et variations climatiques saisonnières. Monsieur le vice-président, je suis informé que le nombre de plaintes pour absence d'eau reçues à la CWA concernant les régions subventionnées pour la période du 17 octobre 2025 au 23 octobre 2025 s'élève à 122. Pour essayer de remédier à la situation, la CWA a mis en œuvre quelques projets dans la région. Ainsi, environ 14,6 km de tuyaux ont été remplacés par la CWA dans la région de Ficanflac. La CWA a également installé un CPF à Rivière-Rempart, augmentant la production du réservoir de Bossonge de 2000 m3 par jour. Cette amélioration bénéficie directement à Cascavel et Ficanflac. Il est prévu d'installer un deuxième CPF dans le mois prochain. Pas les semaines à venir, mais le mois prochain. À Tamarin, un nouveau forage à Pierrefonds. Bossonge a été foré pour renforcer l'approvisionnement en Tamarin, notamment pendant la saison difficile. L'infrastructure hydraulique existante à la CWA peine à faire face à la consommation croissante d'eau à mesure que les projets touristiques et de logement augmentent à Los Angeles. Je ne savais même pas qu'il y avait un endroit. Je connaissais New York et Manhattan, mais sur Los Angeles, je ne savais pas. Secteur de la Golette, Los Angeles. Pour pallier à ce problème, j'ai été informé que la CWR prévoit d'installer un nouveau CPF afin d'augmenter le débit d'eau alimentant le réservoir de Bois-Pillant. Une fois opérationnel, ce projet devrait améliorer la fiabilité de l'approvisionnement en eau à la Golette. Le Monde. Le village du Monde est normalement alimenté par un CPF sur la rivière du Baie du Cap. En cas de forte pluie ou d'eau boueuse, le CPF doit être temporairement coupé. Dans ce cas, l'eau est généralement détournée du réservoir de l'Embrasure pour alimenter le village d'à côté. De plus, la CWA a récemment renouvelé environ 2,8 km de tuyaux dans le village du Monde. Alors que cette région, Monsieur le Président, alors que cette région est en plein développement, elle continue de faire face à d'importants défis en matière d'eau. Des efforts concertés sont déployés pour moderniser les infrastructures, optimiser la production et renforcer la résilience du système en étudiant la possibilité de mobiliser des ressources supplémentaires en eau grâce à d'autres sources potentielles d'eau souterraine et de surface. La collaboration du secteur privé est actuellement sollicitée dans cette région pour mobiliser davantage d'eau douce.
Time is over. Thank you. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B956, B913, B954, B958, and B957.
Motion.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Seconded. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, Madam Speaker will resume the chair.
Statement by Ministers none. Public bills, first reading.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Criminal Code Amendment number 2 Bill number 26 of 2025 be read the first time.
Motion is seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Court of Rodrigues Jurisdiction Amended Bill be read a first time.
Yes, the motion is seconded. Yes. Thank you.
Public bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Criminal Code Amendment number 2 Bill of number 26 of 2025 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, in 2021, this House enacted an amendment to the Criminal Code introducing a new Section 76B. Its purpose at the time was clear. It sought to criminalize the distribution or production of coins, stamps, maps, and other official objects or documents that misrepresented our sovereignty over any part of our national territory, especially over the Chagos Archipelago. It was a legal tool crafted in response to a very specific challenge, the persistent disregard for our territorial integrity. The law must be understood against this historical background. The fight for justice over Chagos began even at the Lancaster House Conference for Independence, when Sir Sibsagar Ramgoolam opposed the then deal to dismantle Chagos from our territory.
I wish here, and also after independence, and I wish here to pay tribute today to the heroes of that struggle. Among them were courageous Chagosians, including women such as the late Lisette Talap and Charlesia Alexis, who undertook hunger strikes in the 1970s. There was a Sibsagar who always saw the injustice of the pre-independence consultations for what they were, pure blackmail. In 1980, he thus secured a historical resolution of the Organization of African Unity, calling for the return of Chagos. He also raised the matter at the UN General Assembly. There was also the now Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Paul Béranger, and the MMM, who brought the issue firmly onto the national political conscience. And yes, there was also Sir Anirudh Jaglat, who agreed to follow the plan of action that we had laid down with our lawyer, Mr. Philip Sands, KC, and he went to the UN and The Hague in 2018, as we had planned if we were to win at the Tribunal of the Law of the Sea. History will remember that our victory today is built upon their unwavering efforts. Credit should also be given to a number of NGOs in Mauritius and abroad, individuals who contributed in a significant manner to the struggle for our sovereignty. Madam Speaker, in 2010, as Prime Minister, I chose to take our struggle to a new level, for the first time to bring the matter before the courts, the arbitral tribunal for the law of the sea. It was a deliberate strategy to build step by step a solid foundation in international law for our claim. Many thought we would not win, but we did. In 2015, we secured our first major success before that tribunal, with the ruling against the proposed British Marine Protected Area. And the strategy I had set in motion continued after my term in office and ultimately led in 2019 to the favorable advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. It authoritatively determined that the Chagos archipelago is and has always formed an integral part of the territory of Mauritius, and that the process of decolonization of Mauritius was not completed upon its succession to independence in view of the unlawful excision of the Chagos archipelago from its territory. Subsequently, in 2021, a special chamber of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea delivered in the maritime boundary delimitation case between Mauritius and Maldives a judgment in which it held that the determination made by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion of 25 February 2019 are legally binding and confirmed that Mauritius has undisputed sovereignty over the Chagos archipelago. Now, despite this clear determination of the International Court of Justice and the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, the United Kingdom continued to cause stamps and coins to be issued purportedly on behalf of the so-called British Indian Ocean Territory. Some individuals, groups and entities continue to do as if Mauritius did not have sovereignty over the Chagos archipelago. They performed actions that could only be validated by a state in the exercise of its sovereign powers. In fact, Madam Speaker, in Article 2 of the agreement we signed with the UK in relation to the Chagos, it is now expressly stated that the issuance of such coins or stamps can only be done by Mauritius as the sovereign state and nobody else. Section 76B of the Criminal Code was conceived in a specific context, where it was intended to apply only to expressions of sovereign authority on the part of a foreign state or an entity acting on behalf of such state. But as with all laws, Madam Speaker, context matters, and context evolves. Today, Mauritius stands on a very different footing. In May of this year, Mauritius and the United Kingdom
signed a new treaty concerning the Chagos Archipelago, in which our sovereignty is unequivocally recognized. Article 1 of that treaty speaks for itself, and let me quote, Mauritius is sovereign over the Chagos Archipelago and in its entirety, including Diego Garcia. That solemn recognition, therefore, changes everything. The raison d'etre of Section 76B, therefore, no longer exists. Our sovereignty is no longer being questioned by any state or any international organization. The law has served its purpose, and this means that it should now make way for a new chapter. But the point is deeper, Madam Speaker, and it is important that our nation hears it from this House. Section 76B was a shield. It was not meant as a sword. It was a shield. It defended us against a persistent and well-funded campaign to deny our sovereignty. It was never intended to muzzle our own people or to criminalize debate. Now, having prevailed in our long struggle for recognition, diplomatically, legally, and morally, we must ensure that the laws we keep on our books reflect the confidence of a sovereign nation. This shield should not become a cage. It has lost its raison d'etre. Our democracy is founded on liberty, including the liberty to debate matters of national importance, even passionately. In this regard, Section 76B may create misgivings. When it was passed, some feared that one could, by merely discussing the Chagos, risk prosecution if the law is instrumentalized in a perverse manner, that it so often did under the previous regime. And as Honorable Reza Otim noted during the debates at the time, it did contain some serious inconsistencies and limitations. We are not here today to rewrite history or to criticize a law that actually served a moment of necessity. It was introduced with good intentions. It demonstrated our determination to assert our sovereignty, while some countries and individuals did not fully acknowledge so. But today, clinging to that law would be counterproductive. It risks giving ammunition to those who even now try to portray Mauritius as an intolerant country of dissent or oppressive towards Chagosians who hold different views. It risks sustaining an outdated perception that our sovereignty must be defended by legal force rather than by the strength of the law and the weight of international diplomacy that we have earned. No, Madam Speaker, even those very few Chagosians who deny our sovereignty, very often for very personal reasons, linked to their own trajectories, whether they live here or abroad, have the right to have their views and do not need to worry about facing criminal charges against them. Repealing Section 76B is an act of democratic self-confidence. It says to the world that Mauritius has no fear of the words, Mauritius does not criminalize ideas, that Mauritius lives up to its constitutional promises that guided our struggle for justice. Madam Speaker, as we repeal this provision, we must also acknowledge a wider challenge. Too many laws remain on our books that criminalize speech in ways that are out of place in a modern democracy. This is the legacy, in part, of colonial rule, and the time has come for a broader view. We will move forward with reforms to ensure that offences such as criminal defamation or scandalizing the court or outrage against public or religious morality do not unduly suppress legitimate expression, but instead target true harm, such as incitement to violence or hatred, abusive creations of the previous regime, such as, I love when I think of it, causing annoyance. Closures of ICTA will have to be reviewed as well. The Attorney General's Office is moving ahead with a comprehensive review inspired by the preliminary report of Jeffrey Robertson, KC, whom I had commissioned back in 2013. He had produced a report which has been squarely ignored by the previous regime for a whole decade. Madam Speaker, there are indeed such areas where conduct is currently criminalized, despite the fact that there is no victim. no victim is being harmed, or where there is no prejudice that cannot simply be sanctioned by civil proceedings. Criminal sanctions should not be society's default instrument in those contexts. And whenever it comes to striking a balance, such as between privacy and the public interest, the dignity of individuals and the right of the press will be guided by strong constitutional principles and by our long-standing respect for human rights. Madam Speaker, our identity is built on the foundations of democracy, the rule of law, and dignity for every Mauritian, including our compatriots of Chagosian origin, who may well hold diverse perspectives on resettlement and their future. But that is their right. There can now be only one single flag over the Chagos, our sovereign state, one nation. As the ratification process proceeds, we sincerely hope, successfully we hope, through the steps of the British Parliament, it is important that we dispel the unwarranted lies about our national character. We are a sovereign nation which values its friends, all its friends, but which also stands by its word. We pledge to honor the commitments made in the historical Treaty of May 2025. Let us therefore stand today not only united, but unafraid. Repealing Section 76B is the natural step of a sovereign nation that has prevailed. It shows maturity, it shows that we are an état de droit, it shows that we trust our people, and it confirms that our moral victory does not need to be secured through the criminal law, but through the strength of the truth only. With these words, I commend the bill to the House.
Yes, motion needs to be seconded again. Thank you. Honourable Narsinger.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to address the House on the Criminal Code Amendment number 2, Bill number 26 of 2025. The repeal of Section 76B of the Criminal Code is not a mere act of legislative housekeeping. It is meaningful and a very impactful reform that aligns our law with the new international reality. That is, the sovereignty of Mauritius over the Chagos archipelago is recognized, affirmed, and operational. I've listened carefully to the Prime Minister. It is true that when the law was passed in 2021, possibly it was passed with good intention. I would say it was a sort of necessary evil. I will explain why there were some very important shortcomings in the law at that point in time. The Prime Minister also explained the context and how with the repealing of the law we are again consolidating democracy. But I would like to hammer on the context, Madam the Speaker. Section 76B was enacted to criminalize the so-called misrepresentation of the sovereignty of Mauritius by prohibiting maps, stamps, coins, or documents depicting Chagos as anything other than Mauritian. At that time, our sovereignty was still being contested internationally. The former approach sought to defend our claims symbolically through criminal law, and I lay emphasis on the symbolical approach. Madam Speaker, as explained by the Prime Minister, the context has changed fundamentally. In May 2025, Mauritius and the United Kingdom, as you know, signed a landmark treaty by which the United Kingdom, unequivocally, as pointed out by the Prime Minister, recognized Mauritian sovereignty over the Chagos archipelago. The British Parliament, a few days back, has also ratified this outcome. And the territorial dispute that endured since 1965 is, for all practical purposes, resolved. Keeping Section 76B, I would say, would be redundant and may be a risk making our law appear disconnected from the facts and recent events. Therefore, repeal is necessary to ensure our statute book reflects international truth. Mauritius is no longer asserting or claiming sovereignty. It now exercises the sovereignty. We have moved from what I would qualify as a defensive stance to proactive governance. So how we got here? That is, from litigation to recognition. Madam Speaker, the road to the treaty was arduous, exacting, and painstaking, as explained by the Prime Minister. The ICJ advisory opinion in February 2019 found the separation of Chagos in 1965 to be unlawful and urged the UK to end its administration as rapidly as possible. The United Nations General Assembly resolution endorsed the ICJ's view and called for international support to complete our decolonization. And also, as explained by the Prime Minister, the International Tribunal on Law of the Sea reaffirmed Mauritian sovereign rights and clarified maritime entitlements in the Indian Ocean. At that point in time, this was triggered by the Prime Minister. And you will remember how the Prime Minister and his team at that point in time chose deliberately one very famous international barrister, Jan Brownlee, who unfortunately passed away, and subsequently it was the Prime Minister and his team who chose also Mr. Philip Sands. Building on these milestones, quiet, persistent diplomacy, coordinated between the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the DPM's office, the AG's office, spearheaded by the AG himself, moved us from principle to agreement. By early 2025, negotiations, as you know, Madam Speaker, culminated in the treaty that the UK Parliament has ratified, as I mentioned before. So the final vote of the House of Lords soon will close the chapter. The skeptics and birds of bad omen did not believe in the historical achievement. They were making a mockery of our patient and quiet diplomacy. They underestimated the capacity of our Prime Minister, the DPM, and the Attorney General, and our Minister of Foreign Affairs to be real champions of what I would qualify as quiet and efficient diplomacy. This is not simply a legal milestone, it is the completion of decolonization. So this is what I would also qualify as quiet diplomacy over noisy posturing, as it happened with the previous regime. This achievement was not born out of provocation or theatrics. It was delivered by calm, credible, and respectful diplomacy, the kind that builds trust, not tension. Grandstanding may steal applause at home, I agree, but it seldom changes minds abroad. What delivered results were clarity of purpose, legal consistency, and diplomatic composure. No comparison with the diplomacy, as in the past, anchored in vulgarity, if you still remember, tempestuousness under the previous regime. Fiery declarations may sound patriotic, but unfortunately does not yield results. What works is credibility, consistency, as I mentioned. This is what brought our victory. Therefore, it is undeniable that the deal struck by the actual government is far better than the one supposedly concluded by the previous regime, although not perfect, I would agree. Diplomacy, as I mentioned very often, in international fora is an art and a craft. So from optics to outcomes, what previous approaches sought symbolical victories through domestic criminalization, this government pursued recognition, resolution, and implementation. The treaty not only affirms sovereignty, establishes frameworks for cooperation, very important, and environment, sustainable development, and also, what is important, the welfare of the Chagosians. So this is a sort of diplomacy with a new government that delivers. We just not talk, we walk the talk. Now, I am here also to explain, to a certain extent, I agree that the Prime Minister mentioned there was possibly good intention when the law was passed. But, Madam Speaker, you will see that Section 76B explicitly or implicitly tried to cast at that point in time extraterritorial shadows, punishing acts committed outside Mauritius by non-nationals for how they depicted our territory. And you know, as a small country, extraterritorial law is rare, I would say a heavy tool, justified only for universally condemned offenses, for example, terrorism, piracy, trafficking, and also backed by strong international cooperation. But for a small but respected state, laws with global pretensions are neither credible or enforceable. They invite very often legal friction and distract from substantive statecraft. The idea that Mauritius could prosecute a publisher in a foreign capital for a map was at best, as I mentioned before, symbolical posturing or at worst a legal absurdity. Sovereignty is secured by treaties and effective governments, and this is what we did, this is what our Prime Minister did, not by unreachable criminal sanctions. Repeal enables also freedom and scholarship and confidence. Section 76B, at that point in time, cast a Damocles sword over legitimate actors, publishers, NGOs, academics, cartographers, journalists. And unfortunately, even if there was good intention, you will see that ambiguity chilled discussion and research. And as an ex-academic, I've always been championing academic freedom. So with sovereignty now settled, we should encourage writers and scholars to analyze, document, and critique this chapter of our history. There is nothing wrong to criticize the outcome of what we got, without fear, and without criminal liability. That is what confidence looks like in a mature republic, and for sure we are a mature republic with this new government now. So rule of law and proportionality. Another shortcoming you will see, normally, generally, criminal provisions must be clear, necessary, and also enforceable. Unfortunately, when we analyze closely Section 76B, it was vague, and this has been also criticized by the Supreme Court in a landmark judgment, and also the law by restoring discipline to our criminal code and reserving penal sanctions only for real harms, not for abstraction. Let me reassure the House, removing Section 76B does not in any way weaken protection of national integrity. Existing offences already guard the Republic. For example, fraud, forgery, sedition, and the National Flag Act. So these are balanced and enforceable, Madam the Speaker. So we also, you will see, Madam Speaker, that this repeal is only a sort of step number one. And we must, and this is where, at this point, I would invite the SLO and the Office of the AG to start more technical work to amend other laws. For example, I'm just making some recommendations. We must redefine baselines around Chagos and update coordinates of our EEZ, very important to update coordinates of the new EEZ that we are having, and also to redefine our continental shelf and the UNCLOS, and also to notify the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea accordingly. This is not mere cartography, Madam the Speaker. It is the legal consolidation of our regained maritime space and resources. Regarding fisheries, what we have to do, as I mentioned, this is only a first step. We will have to align the Fisheries and Marine Resources Act and regulations to the new EEZ that we are having. Also, what we have to do is update licensing for all vessels operating in the Chagos waters, extend monitoring, control, and surveillance regarding illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and IUU enforcement, expand marine control and satellite surveillance, file updated notifications within the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. We know that our Deputy Prime Minister is doing a lot of work on that, and relevant regional fisheries management organizations. So, Madam Speaker, we also have to look at other laws. For example, look at how we're going to deliver special visa, special work permit when it comes to the archipelagos, with specific regulations for Chagos, for Diego Garcia. Maybe there has to be a sort of co-management. I'm just giving some recommendations. Madam Speaker, you will see that the Chagos Archipelago is among the world's most pristine marine resources. Mainland environmental rules cannot simply be transplanted in the context of the Chagos Archipelagos. I'm sure my good friend, Minister Rajesh Bhagwan, and Junior Minister Béranger will look into the matter. We will need also, Madam Speaker, a special EIA regime. We must establish a special EIA framework with lower triggers, cumulative impact assessments, and a dedicated Chagos Environmental Directorate for permitting and monitoring. We need also to redefine. I know that the British did it, but we have to redefine marine parks and MPAs with the gain of the Chagos Archipelagos. Regarding regional commitments, we must also mainstream our obligations, as I mentioned before, under the IUTC and the RFMOs, the Convention on Migratory Species and Migratory Flyways, and advanced SDG 14, that is life below water. We have also to revisit trade, customs, and port state control. So what I want to convey, Madam the Speaker, is that this is the first step. We have to commend the SLO, we have to commend the Prime Minister and the AG for taking the initiative, but I'm sure that a lot of work remains to be done. I know that the AG is working very hard. I know that his team at the SLO is working very hard, but I've just been mentioning some other laws, some other regulations which have to be amended in order to mainstream the content of the treaty and what we have gained from the historical treaty. Thank you for your attention, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Those of you who have come to visit me must have noticed that I've got rid of the map where BIOT was still, of course, on the big map. So maybe if you have one in your office, you should have a quick look and maybe get rid of these maps. And then make sure you get new ones. Thank you very much. Let's go for tea for half an hour. We come back at 5.